is joining us online. In the interim, we have Leslie Dolan, who is sat to the rear to help us out should we need it. If
Yeah, I've done it. Okay.
There was an audio issue on the Teams meeting.
Okay, right, am I all right? And to my right are planning officers, who I will introduce later. And on the wings of the table are the councillors who will debate and decide each application. So during the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a resolution. Members will vote on the proposal. Only members who have been present throughout the application will be able to vote. And the voting options are for, against, abstain or defer. Votes will be counted and the result announced. So before we go into the main agenda for the meeting, councillors and regulars will notice there are a few new faces sat at the table. So before we go into the meeting, I'd just like to introduce I shall go from my right. So I shall start with John Fellingham on the end. Would you just like to briefly introduce yourself, John? And your role?
On the side, right?
Yes, I'm John Fellingham. I'm the service manager for the highway development management function at Somerset Council. So here, planning team in terms of the highways element on the first application.
Thank you, John. And then move across to Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Sarah Tucker. I'm Principal Planning Officer for the West area of North. Thank you.
And Dawn, would you like to, I want to miss you out.
I'm service manager for Somerset as a whole, but I'm also case officer for the first application. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Gary.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Gary Collins. I'm interim manager responsible for the development management case officer teams for the North area and also the West area.
Thank you. We have Layla Nicholson, Democratic Services, but also to the rear of the room is Debbie Widows, who will be taking over from Layla in a month or two. So I think that takes us on to the main body of the agenda, and the first item is apologies for absence, and it's a full house, so there are no apologies. And do we have any declarations of interest? Shall I just? Dawn, at this stage, I normally ask the lawyer to just give a brief summary of the declarations of interest and why we're asking them, but I don't know if Paula is online or Leslie would like to do that.
Yeah, I can do that if Paula's not online.
Yes, please.
Yes, certainly. Good afternoon, Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the public. Section 29 of the Localism Act 2011 requires the Council's monitoring officer to establish and maintain a register of interest of members of the authority. You need to register your interest so that public, local authority employees and fellow councillors know which of your interests might give rise to a conflict of interest. The register is a public document that can be consulted when or before an issue arises. The register also protects you by allowing you to demonstrate openness and willingness to be held accountable. You are personally responsible for deciding whether or not you should disclose an interest in a meeting. And so that is just a general summary of declarations of interest, and the object is to ensure that members who are considering and deciding on a particular matter have no conflict of interest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. So we now go to declarations of interest. First, I'll take Councillor Slocum, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a Bridgewater Town Councillor, and this applies to application 0824 0030, but I've taken no part in any discussions whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. The applications on pages 105, 145, 161, and 121. It's in my division, but I've taken no part in any discussions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, mine are exactly the same as Tony's because it's my division as well. And also on a couple of those, I was involved in the call-in process, but I'm still got an open mind for the discussion that comes later. And also just to mention that a member of the Brew Drainage Board, therefore if there's any issues there to crop up, again, I've taken no part in the discussion about the Brew Drainage Board.
Thank you, councillor Filmer. I'll go next. I declare a personal declaration on agenda item 8, Ashley Avenue on page 137, as a division member for Somerset Council and as a town council ward councillor as well. But I've taken part in no discussion about that application. Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Items 7 and 11 are both in my division. In fact, 4 and 5 are as well. But I've taken, in 7 and 11, I've taken part in no conversations. I remain open-minded about those. However, items 4 and 5 are also in my division. It's in Wedmore, but I've made my feelings clear about these in the past. And as such, I'll be leaving the chamber for both those items.
Thank you. Councillor Bruce.
Thank you. Yeah, agenda item 8. I'm a member of the Parrot Drainage Board, but I've not taken any part in any discussions on it.
Thank you. Councillor Smedley.
Again, related to the Ashley Avenue, one divisional member for county, also on the Bridgewater Town Council, but I've taken no any discussions concerning that.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. I sit on the Hexborough Drainage Board, but I haven't spoken to anybody about any case on here today.
Okay. Thank you. So that takes us to the applications and agenda item 4 on page 17, which is the habitats regulation assessment, including the supplementary document which has been distributed, and Councillor Martin is now leaving the room. So, Dawn, will you be taking us through the HRA?
Yes. Okay, thank you. The supplementary document that was circulated was the written report that summarises the finding of the HRA. The HRA itself was circulated with the committee documents as a whole, but I didn't realise the supplementary report wasn't with it. It was just a summary of the documents that members already had. So apologies for that. This is a habitats regulation assessment for the hybrid application, which is coming up next on the agenda for Coombatch, Widmore in Somerset. So the application is in for full consent for 26 dwellings and formation of the access, open space and landscaping and parking, and there's outline consent for 4 self-builds to the back end of the site. So the habitats regulations assessment needs to be resolved prior to considering the planning application, so it gets presented ahead of the agenda. So this slide just shows the application site outlined in red. The settlement boundary for the parish is shown in green, and the conservation area is just shown hatched in purple. If members can see the orange marks, that's actually the listed buildings near the front hand corner of the site as well. So under regulation 9 for the habitats regulations assessment, there is a requirement to assess any site that may result in an impact on designated sites or species. So through the assessment, there's 5 stages. The first is to consider if the proposal is likely to have a significant effect on a European site or its features. If the answer could be yes, you're required to carry out an appropriate assessment, which is stage 2. This will look at the conservation objectives for the site, the potential effect of the development and whether these could be mitigated, and provided there's no adverse effect, the development can then proceed. So stage 3 then considers if the adverse impact cannot be demonstrated, consideration is then given whether there is an alternative to the proposal that could be delivered without the same impacts. And stage 4 then looks at if there's no alternative sites to be found and there's no overriding or compensatory measures, then that's considered as part of stage 5. And it has to conclude that there's no negative effect on the network of European species as a whole. So in this respect, the application of the Habitats Regulation Assessment was undertaken and has been attached as an appendix to the committee report the members had, and the summary report was followed shortly after. The HRA has confirmed that the site is located in North Somerset Mendip Bats SAC and the Mendip Woodland SAC, and the Somerset Levels, Moors and Ramsar and SBA, which is Special Area of Protection. Given the location of the site and the designations, an appropriate assessment for stage 2 was considered to be required. And whilst the proposal was not considered to result in any direct impact on the Mendip Woods SAC or Somerset Levels and Moors, Ramsar and Spa, there would be a part of the development that would be a loss for foraging habitat and the impact on flight structures of the bats. And as a result, there would also be a lighting impact affecting activities of both species of horseshoe bats and the North Somerset Mendip Bats SAC. So this slide effectively shows the off-site habitat mitigation, which is being proposed as part of the application. This includes some woodland planting, 2 ponds and an area of grassland. The site is located off Ruggs Hill and located east of Crickham and north of Cock Lake. The mitigation measures are considered to be required and proposed in respect of the appropriate replacement habitat, which is the 2.5 hectares at Rug Hill, and that would be secured through section 106, so a legal agreement attached to the planning application in the event of a favourable outcome. A landscape and ecological management plan is required to ensure that the adequate replacement is provided and maintained in accordance with the measures set out, and that also would be incorporated through the legal agreement for the sort of maintenance and perpetuity of the off-site and on-site infrastructure. So within the development itself, there is a need to ensure that the lighting is also appropriately designed to avoid any potential impacts in terms of light spill, including through the construction stage. This would be imposed by condition in the event of planning permission. So the only update to members is the proposed wording of the lighting condition. The lighting condition, as published in the HRA, is a slightly different version to this. This wording has been agreed between the applicant and the ecologist. It just takes it back to an earlier version of the lighting condition that was recommended previously. So it has been confirmed as acceptable by ecology, but it just substitutes the condition that's on the report ahead of members. So in conclusion, subject to the mitigation proposed, the ecologist and Natural England have confirmed that they're satisfied that the development is acceptable in respect of the HRA, and therefore they're recommending the HRA and recommendations within it are endorsed by the Planning Committee as the competent authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a public speaker on the Habitat Regulation Assessment, and that is Isabel Beacom of Wedmore Parish Council. Isabel, I'd like to come, make yourself comfortable, and you have 3 minutes. Just let us know when you're ready to start.
Since the first planning application was submitted over 4 years ago, this greenfield site has been flourished into a natural wildlife haven. If you walk through this site, it is teeming with a large variety of wildlife. The Parish Council has listened to the concerns raised by the residents about the effect of the proposed development will have on the endangered species, including bats, badgers, birds, bees, butterflies and moths. Parish Council feels that insufficient information has been submitted to demonstrate that the proposal would not have an adverse effect on these protected species. In all cases, development will need to demonstrate there are no significant adverse effects on biodiversity interests or the historic environment as set out in the Sedgemoor Local Plan Policy D20, Biodiversity and Geodiversity, Policy D23, Bat Consultation Zones, and Policy D26, Historic Environment. The proposals are therefore contrary to the conservation of the habitats and species regulations, the Wildlife and Countryside Act, and paragraph 180 of the National Planning Framework. This application will have a detrimental impact on the biodiversity and the environment on this site. The development will destroy crucial habitats, including agricultural land, bramble scrub, rural trees, ancient hedges, and a greenfield site. This site supports a variety of species, including grass snakes, badgers, and numerous endangered and rare bats, such as greater horseshoe bats, Barbara Estelle, Cirrutine, and Myotis species, all plotted as being on the site. It will also affect sparrows, badgers, and wonderful variety of moths and butterflies that have been seen. Off-site mitigation should only be considered as a last resort, and this has been used as greenwashing in this planning application. We ask, why are we developing this site? This greenfield site is a part of our beautiful village landscape and is a perfect habitat for endangered species and all sorts of wildlife.
John, would you like to respond to any of the points made?
I think the only point that I heard that wasn't material was reference to the historic environment, because with the HRA, it's looking specifically at the designated areas and protected species. The detail that's gone through in part of the HRA report, which is the first report for members in the original committee agenda, does go through each of the designations, each of the protected species, and consider those impacts as set out in the PowerPoint. So I will leave it to members to ask any questions.
I'll open it up to members now to either ask questions or make a recommendation. If there are no questions, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Public. I was on both site visits for this at the time. I spoke at some length on both occasions, so I don't have to understand. Just to clear up one point that I think Councillor Slocum brought up the last time, there doesn't seem to be a clear answer on this. The road that gets down to the 4 self-bills, is this going to be adopted, or is it not as simple as that?
Yeah, I was going to say at the moment we're considering the HRA, so we don't consider the planning application at all until the HRA has gone through, because we have to determine as a competent authority that we're satisfied that we've reduced, removed or mitigated adverse impacts where we can. The only additional point I think I wanted to raise also from the speaker was there was concern that there was insufficient information. So the HRA obviously was previously submitted with the earlier application, originally with the information dated September 2020. It did get updated before it got refused last year, so June 2023. And then prior to the submission this year, again, it was updated to 21st of May. So it has been updated sort of throughout the process, and ultimately Ecology and Natural England have both signed off on it.
Thank you.
Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, just on the habitat regulations, I fully understand the issues raised by the Parish Council and the concerns that they've raised, which is precisely why the habitat regulation assessments are carried out. We've had that done by people who are experts in that field. That's been checked by the Ecology and others within this authority. So I do believe that work has been carried out, and I'm happy to, on that basis, move the recommendation that we accept the HRA, but obviously the discussion about the planning application will come later.
So we have a proposer to accept the HRA. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Grimes, I think, was next.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, happy to second that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a proposer and a seconder to accept the HRA. All those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous. Thank you. So now we go on to item 5 on the agenda on page 47, which is the planning application for land at Coombatch, Weddermoor. And Dawn, if you'd like to take us through the application, please.
Thank you very much. So with this one, just as an update, following the publication of the report, we have received 2 additional letters. One specifically raising an objection, the other one was a comment, but they both raise the same point. Just commenting on the late submission from the landscape officer in terms of comments and raising concern about the visibility of the scheme from the surrounding rights of way and the fact that the footpaths into the village are not yet complete. We have also received, as of yesterday, day before, a late submission of support as well. Just saying that they've lived in the local area, desperately looking to buy a first time house. But that's available on the website. So the size of the development is not that big relative to the terms of previous ones built. I won't read out the whole thing, but it is available online as an additional late submission. So the application is a hybrid, part in full and part in outline. The full consent is 26 dwellings, and the outline is for the self-built plots to the back end of the site. So the application is a revised scheme following the refusal before committee from February last year, and the application for all members as there remains an objection from the parish council, which is set out in full again in the report. So the objection raises concerns in principle and raises concerns in terms of housing needs assessment, particularly given the other developments consented in the area, conflict of the proposal with the adopted neighbourhood plan and the local plan, lack of facilities within the main village, highway safety and impact on heritage and ecology. So the application has also been subject to the Habitats Regulation Assessment, which members would see the conditions have been recommended as part of this report, with the amendment to the lighting condition as previously raised. The application was originally presented in July last year, was subject to a member site visit, one in the summer and the second one in February, prior to the application just being refused. So the above considerations will all be gone through as part of the presentation, but the main question would be if the previous reason for refusal has been addressed by the revised scheme. So it is a full application up for full consideration, so all of these points are material, but we also need to focus on the reason for refusal and whether that's been addressed by the revised submission. So this slide shows the outline of the site in red, conservation area shown hatched in purple on the opposite side of Wells Road, and the settlement boundary as shown in green running along Coombe Lane to the west of the site and along Wells Road to the south. The site itself lies outside of the settlement boundary, but is well related, given it joins it on 2 sides. There are listed properties shown with the orange crosses in the bottom hand corner. So for members' information, these units over here. And there's a dashed footpath that you might just be able to make out. So this was the footpath that members walked during the site visit, which is the most prominent view of the site. And I'll show you photos from that position later. So this is an aerial view of the site. The footpath is located to the south, and the construction site or the development site that's under construction here. For information, this is now completed. So that was development that's under construction. This itself is the application site here. This is the orchard to the front, and the footpath that members walked was up here, going diagonal across here, and then it continues off in this direction. So for members' information, the application is very similar to the previous in terms of layout, location of the access, number of dwellings. The last application was refused due to its elevated position, particularly the properties shown southeast of the access road and the impact that this would have on the rural approach to the village. As such, the road frontage infilling, which again, due to the elevated position, was considered to be urbanising in appearance and out of keeping with the rural character of the edge of the conservation area. So material issues relating to character, design and landscape. All other material objections were considered to be addressed as part of the earlier application. So in terms of principle, it was previously found acceptable, but running through it again for members' information, policy T2A does set out criteria for minimum growth and includes criteria-based policy for releasing sites outside of the settlement boundary. Beyond this level, T2B does allow consideration of further sites outside of but well related to the settlement boundaries, provided there remains an unmet local affordable housing need. So the criteria and the policy is set out in this slide, but I will come to it throughout the presentation. So there was also a lot of local objection regarding the conflict of the development with WED3, which is a neighbourhood plan policy. It supports the provision of affordable housing in accordance with the local plan. So this policy sets out the requirement for development under T2B to have regard to the site assessment evidence base that was prepared as part of the adopted neighbourhood plan. So the application site was promoted, and I will come on to this shortly. The policy also requires the tenure split, so the nature of affordable housing, to reflect the Wedmore Housing Needs Assessment or subsequently updated evidence base. So the site was considered for allocation within the Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan, and it was rejected as other promoted sites were considered to be more suitable. So this site that's promoted is W003, so it's this column here. So there was a RAG rating in terms of appropriate. So the scored matrix was considered a good indicator, which showed negative red rating on landscape, proximity to facilities and public transport, and limited walking cycling connections. The site was marked as possible amber in terms of proximity to the settlement boundary, vehicular access, public right of way, and historic environment. And the principle of the site was considered to be positive, green in respect of size, pollution, contamination, ground conditions, and access to mains drainage. A number of the sites considered through the site assessment were actually inside the settlement boundary and were therefore considered to be more sustainable than this site, which was rejected as part of the neighbourhood plan. So in addition to the matrix scoring, there was also a qualitative assessment of the site undertaken, which raised the above and concluded that the site would be discounted on access and safety grounds. All of the above points are material or they're constraint based in relation to the site, and the detail of the application has sought to mitigate or address the above issues either through design, solution, materials or detail. If members are satisfied that the proposal manages this, then there is no conflict with WED3, as the development has considered the site assessment and they've just sought to address the conflicts through the detail of the application. The application was originally submitted in 2020 and referenced a housing needs survey for the surrounding area of 2018. The development at the site originally proposed 34 dwellings and suggested 4 1-bed, 4 2-bed and 2 3-bed, a shared ownership or affordable rent, and 1 3-bed self-build and 3 4-bed self-builds as affordable. So the tenure mix and number of properties were amended so that they could accord with policy T2B, which requires 40% affordable market dwellings. So given other developments in the area at the time, the previously identified need was considered to be accommodated for, and a revised housing needs assessment was undertaken in 2022. So any MS were commissioned by the developer to undertake the housing needs assessment, of which there was a 96 response rate. Of those, 82 were considered either to be able to meet their own housing need or did not provide sufficient information to demonstrate a need. 14 were considered to be in housing need with a requirement to move in the next 5 years, and they would qualify for affordable or social rent. So the need identified by these households are set out in bold on this slide, so just on the bottom of the slide. And the proposal matches the affordable housing accommodation which is proposed as part of this submission. So the principle and scale of development is therefore considered to be acceptable in accordance with T2B, subject to the detailed considerations. So this slide shows the original layout for the site, as members would have seen it first time round. It was there is a detailed gable end on plot 3 in the west corner, which was in quite close proximity to the listed buildings. That's this one here. There is a hard frontage of the affordable dwellings in the south, to the southeast of the access, in close proximity to the boundary hedge. So these were the affordable, wrapping quite hard to the boundary line, and the sort of hedge line would have been in quite close proximity to those windows. And there were rear parking courtyards, which were not particularly characteristic of the area. And the built form of development on the northern boundary was also considered to be quite congested, showing minimal gapping. The blue area at the bottom of the site is where the self-builds are intended to go. And the white land to the south of the self-builds, that's the orchard. That doesn't form part of the application site. So the orchard is retained as part of the application. So the previous application, given concerns that were raised with them, was revised, amending plots 1 to 3, which were in close proximity to the conservation area and the listed buildings. The development on the northern boundary removed some of the garages to allow views through the site, and the road frontage development was pulled back, forming semi-detached and terrace dwellings to allow for landscaping and play spaces to the front of the site. Plot 23 was also amended as one of the open market plots to demonstrate a green roof, to show how there could be a transition from traditional design to more contemporary, given that there's a requirement for the self-builds to have a green roof and be no more than 2-storey in height. So the current application, again, the layout and form is very similar. The main amendments are to this section here. So instead of a pair of semis and a terrace, it's now 3 pairs of semis that are broken up. And I'll show height comparisons and sections soon, but the general layout and access remains unchanged. So it's just sort of plots 25 to 30 that have been reduced in height and now form 3 semis. So it does allow a bit more of a breakup on the site. So this is an elevated view of the site from the public right of way to the field immediately to the rear of the properties on Mill Lane. This view was taken in the height of summer. And once you pass the hedge boundary between this field and the next one, you can't actually see this land parcel. The application site is seen with residential development to the front and side of the site, with Mendip View and some of the outbuildings visible beyond the northern boundary. And the orchard, again, here is shown to the frontage in this area. An objector previously raised concerns about the images that were being shown. So this is an image that has been provided by an objector. So for transparency, we're showing this one as well. It's the same field, it's a very similar view, but they felt the previous one was misrepresented. When we went out with members for the second site visit in February, this was just prior to the last application being determined. This is a further view taken at that time of year. So this shows the properties surrounding the site and the residential dwelling to the rear and the associated outbuildings. And from this viewpoint, and particularly when outside of the summer, you can see the site in context with the development to the east and the allotments, although this is not visible once the trees are fully in leaf. So the site is not visible from the adjoining field. Again, this is just panning round, see the cream house that marks the end of the road frontage development. So the development in this area and then wrapped behind here. And to the rear boundary, you can see the neighbouring outbuildings and allotments. And panning the full length of the site, members can see the orchard and continuation of the built form with the nursery building. So the nursery building is just in this location here, along with other sort of buildings progressing further down. So obviously in this time of year, it relates more easily to that context. The landscape officer has also raised no objection to the application, commenting on the scale of planting and the setback of the road frontage and the location of the surrounding built form. The proposed development at the site would result in the loss of a green space, but it's officer's view that given the justified need and the relationship of the site to the settlement boundary and the surrounding properties, that this would not result in a detrimental impact. So the next couple of slides are just to provide some context. This shows, courtesy of Street View, the built form to the west of the site and the hedge boundary in the top left of the first picture, and a view from the opposite end of the highway showing the green approach to the village to the right. In terms of layout, the orchard is not affected by this development, so the change in street scene would not occur until you're parallel with the gable of the white building, which is shown in the bottom image. So the bottom image would remain as is with a step in just beyond the hedge line. The White Gable property, so this was from my site visit in the summer, is actually behind the tree on the left of the image. And the hedge is proposed to be translocated and would start from this point onwards. Given members' concern when the application was last presented to committee, the revised application has been supported with an arboricultural impact assessment and an arboricultural method statement, which sets out the method for protecting the existing and new planting within the site, but also the steps for the translocating of the hedge, which is set out on page 4, and that it would be overseen by the project arboriculturalist. The left image shows the White Gable property in the distance and road frontage properties along Wells Road. The plain rendered property that you can see in the top image is the end unit you can see in the bottom image on the right, and the edge of the hedge, which is proposed to be translocated. And then from within the site shows a view towards the existing field gate from within the site towards Mendip View. And as you can see, the land level does rise and then falls as you head east from the entrance. Top image shows outbuildings associated with Mendip View and orientating clockwise, shows outbuildings to the left and with a view to the rear of the orchard at the end of the site. And then looking towards the highway from the site, the top left image, you can see the orchard and the gable of the white rendered property, which is where the main site frontage starts. Top left shows a continuation of these road frontage dwellings, and the bottom image shows a continuation of these properties, which include the listed buildings and the corner of the site relative to Coombatch. The earlier image from the public right of way can be seen above the roof of the properties in these two images. So the footpath that we walked with members is across this bit up here. So given the adjoining conservation area and nearby listed buildings, the layout remains stepped back from the road frontage and has been reduced in scale to ensure matching ridge lines and traditional detail relative to the property's offset. Additionally, landscaping was proposed to give the impression of the orchard extending into the site. So some of the planting here to the front is orchard trees to sort of give a view of that extending into the site. And providing a more robust boundary. So garages were removed from the majority of the dwellings on the northern boundary to allow for more spacing in the street scene. And given concerns raised in terms of the elevated viewpoints, one of the 4 market properties and the 4 self-builds are being required to have green roofs, which is being set out as a condition at the back end of the report. So in seeking to address the previous concerns, the applicant has provided a material and character study referencing design cues within the surrounding area that are being utilised in the revised street scene. So the main objection for the last application was plots 20 to 25, which have been amended from a pair of semis in the terrace to 3 pairs of semis. This has allowed the design to be more akin to the area and reduce the built form of development along this frontage. So this is plots 1 to 3, which members would have been aware was there's quite a lot of design considerations that went into them given their proximity to the listed buildings. And then again, this is the access in, and this is plots 20 to 25. So you've got greater separation and more modest proportions as they step down. I will go on to this on another slide. This red line here, just hatched as I'm following the cursor, that's the previous height, size and scale of the submission that was before members last time. So it is quite a significant reduction. So that approach is also followed through into the site. And again, this is an internal street scene, so it's just looking at design cues for the surrounding area and pulling those through to each of the properties. And then this is plots 25 to 30. So this was the original layout that members had at committee earlier this year. So this was the size and scale of the semi-detached unit, and then the terrace that was stepping down on in accordance with the floor levels. But as you can see, the hatched red line shows a much smaller sort of replacement for what was originally submitted for this area. So again, that's now the replacement, and the red outline is the previous proposal. So the red line does show the previous scheme, and members will see the revised proposal has resulted in a reduction in height. This is achieved through a reduction in eaves height and through a reduction in ground level. So this shows a reduction moving from left to right on this slide of 1.24 metres, 1.6, 2.25, 1.75 and 1.55 relative to what the initial levels were. So the above slide shows the Wells Road street scene with and without vegetation. So plots 1 to 3 and 20 to 25 now also incorporate chimneys, which I'll show a bit closer on the next couple of slides. The plots closer to the listed buildings are more traditional in terms of design and proportions, as sort of it does transition within the site to then include render. And the street that runs along the northern boundary of the site matches some of the road frontage development and is still offers maintaining, provides a good degree of separation between the units. The Conservation Officer supports the application and the design relative to the conservation area and surrounding listed building. So the top elevations are for plots 2 and 3, although they would be mirrored. And plot 1 has a larger side element, and these dwellings are closest to the listed buildings in the southwest corner of the site and present more traditionally proportioned windows. Material and character study aligns with the design solution proposed for the development site with a mixture of stone, render, porch detailing, and a mix of roof materials to reflect what's in the surrounding area. And this slide shows all the semi-detached properties which accommodate the affordable housing, but also some of the market housing plots, and the accommodation meets national space standards, and the design is considered to be indistinguishable from the market dwellings. And plot 23, as a really contemporary approach, this one's looking to provide the transitional unit between the more traditional construction and the self-build. The plot set back behind the orchard, so would not be visible sort of outside of the site or in the wider locality, and officers were satisfied that this provided a good transition from the more traditional construction to the self-build, and minimised the impact of the development when viewed from above. So the requirement to have a green roof is sort of demonstrated on this property, so self-builds can sort of take inspiration and run with it. Given previous concerns in terms of relationship to the character of the conservation area and setting of the adjoining listed buildings, sections have been provided confirming the ridge height of the development and the amount of open space and separation between the dwellings. The setback and landscaping is also considered to soften the view of this development, given the edge of village location. So the 3D wire model was provided for plots 1 to 3. This was provided as part of the previous application, just showing the heights of the proposal relative to the heights of the listed buildings on the opposite side of the road. Given concerns for the last application, the applicant has also provided similar modelling now plots 25 to 30. So again, you can see it and its comparable height with the properties opposite, so Periwinkle Cottage, but the front-to-front separation distance is still 24 metres, so it's quite a good distance separation. So the ridge height of Periwinkle Cottage is shown as 30.71 and a finished floor level of 23.5. So plot 25 has a finished floor level of 24.25, which is 75 centimetres higher than Periwinkle Cottage, and a ridge height of 1.5, which is 1.2 metres higher. But given the distance of 24 metres, that's not considered to be so significant as to cause an issue. The floor levels and ridge heights increase to the west, but this is still comparable to properties on the opposite side of the road, with the adjoining property showing a finished floor level of 26.3 and a ridge height of 33.6, whilst plots 29 to 30 show a finished floor level of 25.75 and a ridge of 33.37. So officers are quite happy that it's a good relationship between the two and the opposite side of the road. The application was also supported with an LVIA, so a landscape and visual impact appraisal, which identified the surrounding rights of way and the location of the site falling within the Clay Moors, Levels and Moors landscape character area. The plan also shows the surrounding footpaths and the bridleways, which allow a degree of accessibility into the main centre. This site shows the location of the application site and dotted lines to the south, being where the elevated views of the site are available. The LVIA presents a number of viewpoints and concludes that the site is mostly visible from close proximity on Coombatch and Coombe Lane, and from the elevated ground to the south, which is the footpath that's in blue. From the lower lying ground to the north and northeast, the rise in landform from the moors and the Isle of Wedmore limits views and vegetation on field boundaries, reduces visibility of the site. So from within the village, existing development screens the site from most locations, and from further afield, the low-lying moors by the site become largely screened by trees within the landscape. So whilst there are long-distance views of the site across the moors to the north and northeast towards Mendip Escarpment and Nylands Hill, views from these locations are so distant, the impact of the development is imperceptible in the widest scene. So in terms of on-site planting, a landscape management plan and master plan has been provided, which confirms the translocation of the roadside hedge to enable visibility. An arboricultural method statement also sets out this process in detail to ensure that it can be secured, and additional landscaping, including orchard trees, are proposed to the frontage to the southeast end of the site and within the gardens of some of the properties. The highway edges are shown to benefit from landscaping to the north and east boundaries, and they're proposed to be reinforced with native planting. The landscape officer is also satisfied with the proposal and has recommended conditions which are imposed at the end of the report. So given concerns previously raised, the developer has provided some graphics to show the height of the development as constructed relative to the street scene. So these will be just flashed through quickly in the next couple of slides. So this is plot 1 to 3. This is with the hedging in place, so you can just see the roof line of plot 3, plot 2, plot 1. And the location of the access point and proposed pavement relative to the adjoining properties. View looking in the opposite direction, but again towards plot 1. You can just about see the roof line of plot 1 here, and the roof lines of plots 25 to 30 would sit behind here. And the view from the opposite position, again, just showing the roof line over the hedge boundary. So this should be the rural approach to the village. And a view from the end of the orchard across the front of the site. So again, you can just about make out roof lines of the plots behind the existing boundary. And obviously this bit's part of the orchard, so that's retained, and it's that bit further forward that's then translocated. So based on the details provided, officers are satisfied that given the landscaping and the setback, the scheme would be an appropriate transitional site to a rural edge. Landscaping for the garden areas, particularly for plots 16 and 17, has been provided as detail as part of the application. This is because the boundary trees are to be retained on that boundary. So there's a requirement to have shade tolerant plants in those plots. These are now confirmed as species rich grass, wildflower, bulb planting, and the buff area is shown to be buff coloured bound limestone gravel. This would enable a green and low maintenance rear garden for future occupiers. There is a play space located to the front of plots 29 and 30, which will be secured by the 106, and that is in accordance with the local plan. Impact on the adjoining properties, all the development is 2-storey, with a front-to-front separation distance ranging from 21 metres at the southeast edge, which is plot 25, to 27.5 metres to plot 1 and 23.89 to plot 3. So plots 3 to 6 present rear or side boundaries onto Coombe Lane to the west, and the back to front distance is between 25 and 28 metres, whilst the gable of plot 3 to the front of the neighbouring property, there's no windows on that gable, and that's secured by condition as well. Permitted development is removed for the windows on that one, and permitted development is also being removed for changing the surfacing of the parking spaces because they're part of the drainage strategy for the site. Mendip View is located to the north of the site with plots 10 and 11 with their rear gables facing onto the property. Both plots show garden areas of approximately 11 metres by 19 and are separated with a single story extension and a 25-metre separation from the main house. So there's a good degree of distance from those properties to the property to the back. The main impact was previously considered to be due to the elevated positions of plots 27 and 28 relative to Periwinkle Cottage. But again, this is the same slide members saw earlier. There is a drop in the land level and they have reduced the ridge and the eaves heights for the development, and they are cutting in the natural ground level to reduce the elevated view of these plots relative to the highway. So bearing in mind the measures undertaken, officers are satisfied there's no undue impact on the amenities for neighbouring properties. And the revised scheme has resulted in the ridgeline of Wells Road frontage plots 1 to 3 and 25 to 30 being reduced to ensure it matches that of the adjoining listed buildings and property opposite. The development was set back and sort of impact on heritage assets is also considered to be reduced through the revisions. In that respect, we haven't, the conservation officer has now said he supports the application and raises no objection. And officers are satisfied it's a transitional site from the rural countryside into the main village. In terms of highway considerations, the proposed access plan indicates visibility space of 2.4 metres by 43 metres being achievable. As part of the development, there's a new footway proposed along Wells Road, along the site frontage, and highways considered the lack of pedestrian infrastructure in the vicinity of the site, and the proposed footway was considered to be acceptable. So this would release pedestrians into Coombe Lane. Local residents have raised concern regarding potential pedestrian and vehicular conflict, given the increased use of the hall, which is accessible from Coombe Lane, but it's a private road and also carries the public right of way, which is AX 2750. And the link was welcomed as part of a wider strategy for access arrangements. So in respect of generation, the development would generate approximately 15 trips during weekday AM and PM peaks, equating to 1 vehicle trip every 4 minutes during the peak hour. So that was considered, when considering how the traffic would be distributed, the traffic generation as a result of the development was considered unlikely to give rise to any adverse impacts in terms of highway safety. The current proposal is considered to provide a safe access and additional and enhanced pedestrian infrastructure, including connections via rights of way through the network to the village centre. Travel plan statement was also confirmed in accordance with the travel plan strategy. A number of conditions have been recommended by Highways, and they are also recommended at the end of the report. A contribution is also to be provided and will be secured through section 106 to upgrade the footpath along Coombe Lane, which in addition to the path through the site and footpaths along the frontage would provide a range of sustainable transport options for future residents. With regards to pedestrian accessibility, an additional plan was provided confirming there are pedestrian links from the site through the village. Photos were also shown of the play space that has been provided to the north, which is by the star on this image. Shops are shown by triangles, and there's a pub within walking distance on Coombe Batch and further within the centre. So given the accessibility of these facilities, it's not considered that there's insufficient facilities within the area. For ecology, obviously we've just gone through the HRA, which concluded no adverse impact subject to the mitigation being secured by condition 106. The remaining enhancements are required to be covered by condition. And since the application was determined by committee, biodiversity net gain has become mandatory. So this application is the first in Somerset with the BNG condition and informative attached. So it has had to demonstrate a 10% biodiversity net gain for the site through on-site and off-site betterment. That's been reviewed and confirmed by ecology, and they're happy and have set out in the heads of terms the requirement for covering the mitigation and the ongoing maintenance of the mitigation to require, to comply with the Environment Act. In terms of the surface water drainage, there is a drainage maintenance schedule. The runoff from the site has been stipulated by the LFA, and they were satisfied with the additional information and confirmed no drainage issues on the site. Highways recommended a surface water condition, so that's imposed at the end of the report, and the Internal Drainage Board confirmed they're satisfied with the flow and water quality objectives. But as mentioned earlier, the PD rights for driveways is being removed to ensure that permeable paving would be retained because it's part of the drainage strategy for the site. There is a condition imposed requiring a full and detailed management and maintenance plan for the surface water drainage. In terms of heating and cooling, the development is proposed to use traditional masonry construction and has a relatively high thermal mass compared with timber or steel construction. Construction with a high thermal mass can help reduce overheating during the summer and cooling in the winter in sort of cooler times, effectively smoothing out temperature fluctuations within the property. The developer is also taking a fabric first approach to construction and is looking to provide low carbon and renewable technology. So that's in the form of air source heat pumps and solar panels to exceed Part L of building regs. So within the development, layout, orientation and massing has also been considered to maximise passive solar gain. Glazing will be specified with a solar transmittance value, so a G value, to strike a balance between useful solar gain in the winter and unwanted solar gain in the summer. But all dwellings are proposed to cross-ventilate, effectively purging warm air from the properties during the hot weather, and window openings will be considered and guided by Part O of building regs. Water efficiency measures, including use of efficient dual flushes, low flow showers and taps, and appropriate sized baths will also be encouraged to limit water use during the operation of the development. So the calculation that's been provided says total water consumption is 98.6 litres per person per day, which is below the 125 litres per person per day, which is specified currently by building regulations. In conclusion, so the principle of development is considered to be acceptable relative to policy T2A and B because there is an identified housing needs assessment. Whilst the concern regarding the conflict with the parish council neighbourhood plan, WED 3 is noted, the consideration of the site selection for that process was considered, and in terms of the constituent responses and officers' responses have been addressed through the detail of the application. The development is considered to be an appropriate size, scale and design. It's not considered to give rise to an adverse landscape character and has support from the landscape officer. The play space is compliant with policy and would be secured through 106. Impact on adjoining properties has been fully considered, as has impact on heritage assets, and both the conservation officer and the landscape officer are satisfied with the scheme. There are a lot of third-party objections on the scheme, so it would be for members to consider the comments they've raised and sort of consider the impact on the neighbouring properties. Highway considerations, the Highway Authority is satisfied, subject to conditions, that the application is acceptable. Similarly, with ecology, the ecologists are satisfied, and the site has demonstrated 10% biodiversity net gain, which is covered by condition and 106. Surface water drainage has been addressed by the applicant, and we have comments back from LFA IDB, all sort of recommended conditions, and sustainability and renewables are set out in detail as part of the submission. So in conclusion, the application is being recommended for approval, subject to the heads terms that are at the bottom of the report and the list of conditions. And it's the last condition that's the BNG condition. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Dawn. We have a number of speakers on this application, and I'd like to call Keith Bulmer, please, of the Isle of Wetmore Society. He'd like to come to the front table, please. And you have 3 minutes from when you're ready to start.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of the Isle of Wedmore Society, which was established over 60 years ago, and it has a mission to support and, where possible, enhance and promote the conservation status and beauty of the parish of Wedmore. Over recent years, we as a society have worked with the council and with its officers to bring about carefully managed change to the parish of Wedmore. When we believed there would be significant negative impact on high-profile listed buildings or on the historic street scene, we have objected. Importantly, we've supported planning applications, even those immediately adjacent to listed buildings, where we believe there to be no significant negative impact. And recently, we've supported the council's conservation officer in suspending unauthorised work on listed buildings in the village in order to protect both these buildings and the street scene into the future. In the case of this application, we have strongly objected from the outset. And we agreed with your own conservation officer when he said, and I quote, "It would result in a total loss of setting to the conservation area and the removal of significance to the 3 listed buildings." And we believe as a society that we cannot possibly have moved from a total loss situation to what is now deemed to be acceptable. And we believe that the case stands today as it stood some time ago, and that this application is still totally inappropriate. This is a prominent site within the eastern approach to the village, and it would be permanently destroyed, however much these homes are set back or their roofs lowered. And we as a society urge you to reject this application as decisively as you did last time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jackie Farley, please. Thank you, and 3 minutes from when you're ready to start.
The previous application was refused due to its prominent location by reason of its elevated position and location on the rural edge of the settlement, detrimentally impacting the transitional rural approach to the village, resulting in an urbanising appearance out of keeping with the rural character of the conservation area. Nothing that the developers have done materially changes these principal reasons for refusal. Highway. There is no disguising the impact of the entrance to this development. The developer's own documents refer to the urbanising effect of the pavement, the site entrance being prominent and immediately visible. Residents are concerned by the narrowness of the road, speed of vehicles and pedestrian safety. There are recommendations that 1, the highway is widened to enable safe passing of vehicles. 2, measures are introduced to ensure vehicle speeds are maintained at or below 30 miles an hour. 3, there should be unobstructed intervisibility provided at the end of the footpath exiting the village along Wells Road. These are all matters recommended in the road safety audit. Again, the developer has done nothing to address them, and highways have raised no objection in their regard. The entrance is in a narrow portion of road with no central byline, as can be seen in the road safety audit, image 8. The entrance will be further compromised by vehicles parking outside their properties on Wells Road. I can foresee vehicles taking to the pavement to facilitate passing. Visibility. The hill crest will obstruct visibility for drivers exiting the village, potentially causing accidents to those using the site entrance. The speed limit is often ignored. The police simply do not have the resources to enforce all speed limits. Residents are concerned that this is an accident waiting to happen. The audit also noted a significant level of HGV vehicles using Wells Road, with a local plant hire company sited close by and tractors, which will exacerbate the road limitations. The authors of the road safety report reported their concerns about these issues, concerns which are important to local residents and concerns which I think councillors should seriously consider. Right of way. The developer proposes to improve Coombe Lane, an unregistered, unadopted track containing a footpath. Records show the path itself has not been maintained by Somerset for over 17 years. Somerset will only ever maintain it to footpath status. The hogging path proposed is simply not robust enough for a track used by vehicles accessing properties. I question whether the developer will accept maintenance in perpetuity, or is this just a cynical gesture? The kissing gate between Coombe Lane and Cross Farm will prevent pushchairs from using a safe route into the village. The travel statement shows the closest bus stops are only accessible by Coombe Batch, a narrow portion of road with no pavement, pushing the most vulnerable users into the carriageway, contrary to D2. Wedmore has accepted a significant amount of development. This is simply in the wrong location, which is why it was previously rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Cheryl Morris, please. 3 minutes from when you're ready.
Since the applicant survey was conducted 2 years ago, there have been significant increases in local housing supply. 5 major developments comprising over 385 homes are completing in nearby Cheddar, offering a range of housing, affordables and shared ownership deals, with 58 affordable or shared ownership homes at Sturt Farm alone. A Wedmore estate agent advised last week that instead of Wedmore, Cheddar, where property is cheaper, has, in his words, now become the place where people want to be, especially for affordable homes and the communities they've built up. There's more going on in Cheddar with more facilities, supermarkets, doctors, employment, schools, all in safe walking distance. 40% share in a 2-bed house in Cheddar is around 92,400. A 40% share in a 2-bed flat in Wedmore, 116,000. The applicants have provided no evidence that today these recent material factors have not impacted on their 2022 figures. In Wedmore, as well as 14 Section 106 affordable homes at the Strongbox developments, 24 more have been provided at Cross Farm in the last 2 years, where one is still available, and has been since April. Phase 2 will start shortly, where Acorn will be making a £182,000 Section 106 contribution, of which 150,000 will support affordable housing. However, if you're seeking a modest, low maintenance or single occupancy home, this application does not provide it. For those looking for a 4 or 5 bed home, of the 47 properties currently on the market in Wedmore, over half have 4 or 5 bedrooms and half of them have been reduced. The travel statement and Highways Control concede there is minimal local employment and that irrespective of travel vouchers, for longer journeys, private transport is likely to be required, not conducive to affordable living. The statement predicts 130 extra 2-way work trips daily, but confirms a profusion of HGV and farm vehicles even in quiet times. The more traffic, the more risks to cyclists and pedestrians. They appear to have overlooked this is an essential route for farm and tourist traffic, and the operation of a trucking and plant hire business just yards from the accessway and village green. Plus, delivery vehicles for those working from home. You cannot compel people to use Coombe Lane if walking along the road is more convenient. The applicants run a 2-year survey which does not reflect current demand, subsequent unprecedented supply, or provide a safe, sustainable location if it did.
Thank you. Thank you. I should have said before that responses to the number of issues that have been raised by all speakers will be, the response will be at the end. Thank you. David Nichols, please, of Neighbourhood Plan Group.
Thank you. I've been a resident of Wedmore for the last 34 years, and I had the privilege to be part of an enthusiastic team of volunteers in the 3 years it took us to prepare the neighbourhood plan. At the start, 75% of the people voted in favour of a neighbourhood plan, with a genuine belief that it was an opportunity for local people to influence the future of the village. When asked, what is the problem in Wedmore? The answer was a lack of affordable housing, and local people demonstrating affordable housing is both valued and wanted. Wedmore is not a NIMBY village. 25 sites were put forward by the public, including the application site. The team visited and scored each one for its suitability and sustainability. As others will explain, the application site was not selected as a preferred site due to a range of genuine planners' objections. The preferred sites were put forward to the public and they strongly supported not allocating the application site. When put to a referendum, 85% of the voters favoured adopting the plan. However, it's important to note that the neighbourhood plan allocated more housing than was suggested in the local plan to cover the whole of the period up to 2032. In view of this, there was a consternation in the village when the former Sedgemoor Council proceeded to permit 2 additional non-allocated sites on the basis of an unmet affordable housing need. Other speakers will explain the flaw in the housing need assessment process, which fails to distinguish between aspirational need and actual intent when offered a home. Once the neighbourhood plan was in place, local people had a genuine belief that their work would stand for something when non-allocated sites were determined. As the new Somerset Council, we look to you to support the local democracy and planning, which was an important element in your election manifesto. If this application is permitted, contrary to the strongly expressed local views, it will destroy the hope that your new administration supports local democracy and planning. So for all the given reasons, we look to you to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask Trevor Prideaux, please, to come forward. 3 minutes from when you're ready to start.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and I cannot believe that we are here again after the previous proposal was refused in February by members for significant concerns about the site, which have not been addressed in this new application. The previous proposal was refused because the site is opposite a conservation area on the rural edge of Wedmore, and any new development here would detrimentally urbanise this location. The developer has made small changes to the application, but the fundamental reason why members refused the previous application are still the same. The site is the same. It's a greenfield site outside of the development boundary. It does not fall within Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan for Development and is contrary to Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan Policy WED 3. This is a legal document signed by the Parish Council and Somerset Council, and the committee must take this into consideration. As stated, this development is proposed at a prominent gateway to Wedmore from the east. Wedmore is an historical village, and there are several listed buildings within the conservation area just 20 metres south of the proposed land. The adjusted design brief will change the character of the village at this important gateway, and small changes made by the applicant do not address this. An archaeological assessment conducted for the applicant clearly outlines the historical significance of Wedmore, with Alfred the Great making peace at Wedmore in 878. This assessment states, and I quote, that the archaeological potential of the settlement is difficult to overstate. Roman and medieval finds have been discovered immediately next to the site, and the assessment states that the proposed development presents risks of significant damage to any archaeological features which may survive. This assessment also states that, and again I quote, the proposed development will occupy a prominent hilltop location, enhancing its visibility from further afield. Please respect Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan and the historic character of Wedmore and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Isabel Beacom to come to the table, please. In your 3 minutes when you're ready.
The B&G, as highlighted by the detailed calculations and assessments, is provided by Clarkson Woods. The biodiversity net gain principle enshrined in the Environmental Act 2021 was updated in April, mandates that the development should result in a measurable improvement in biodiversity. However, the data presented clearly indicates that the development fails to meet those required standards. Our key concerns are loss of habitat units, on-site hedgerow loss of almost 30%, impact on species. The development will destroy crucial habitats, including agricultural land, bramble scrub, rural trees, ancient hedges. This site supports a variety of species, including grass snakes, badgers, and numerous endangered and rare bats. Disruption of these habitats will result in significant biodiversity loss. The development will affect rural tree T4, which is part of a priority traditional orchard habitat of national importance. This tree, among others, provides essential roosts for protected bats, underscoring the site's critical ecological value. Offsetting. Offsetting should only be considered viable when the B&G cannot be delivered on site. The proposed off-site mitigation at Rug Hill appears to be owned by a director of a Clarkson Woods. This raises the question about ownership and the integrity of the mitigation process. While the report shows an off-site improvement overall, is it sufficient to justify the on-site losses? The critical questions are: 1, is the land better than what it was before? The substantial loss of habitat units suggests it is not. 2, should we assign a monetary value to nature? 3, how does it factor in climate resilience? The current green landscape contributes significantly to climate resilience, which the development threatens to undermine. Without the development, we have a perfect habitat for endangered species of bats, badgers, and sparrows. We have ancient hedges and a national priority habitat of orchard trees. We have a green and beautiful landscape that is climate resilient and a legacy to leave to our future generations of our village. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask our final speaker of the afternoon, Tony Hammack, who is the agent, please.
Good afternoon. Service and Development Manager has written a very comprehensive committee report supporting this new application. It seeks to address the previous application's single reason for refusal related to the perceived elevated position of 6 homes. These 6 homes facing Wells Road on the eastern front of the site have been reduced in height, set back with sensitive landscaping, with redesigned roofs, windows and materials reflecting the homes opposite and throughout the village. The application proposes a reduction in height of the 6 homes in question of up to 2.25 metres, removing any concerns of an unurbanised appearance. The distance from the existing street frontage on Wells Road for the proposed new homes is between 22 and 27 metres. These 6 homes are now arranged in 3 pairs of semi-detached 2 and 3 bedroom homes, delivering much needed smaller homes. A substantial area of public open space with children's play equipment, wildflower and orchard planting, further overcoming any concerns of visual impact. A sustainable development of bespoke homes by Column Residential, well known in the area for delivering unique, bespoke homes which harmonise with the local area, and immediately look established and part of the landscape. We would ask for your considered support in this application, for it will
provide for 12 tenure blind affordable homes whose need is confirmed by the council's enabling officer. It delivers smaller homes for first-time buyers and downsizers in accordance with the neighbourhood plan. It delivers access to local facilities with a new footpath along Wells Road and improved surface to the public right-of-way on Coombe Lane. It proposes 4 custom self-build plots with green roofs, allowing applicants on the Wedmore Self-Build Register to build their own home. The size, scale and design of the proposals have been altered and now accord with the concerns raised by members in the last application. We acknowledge there are objections from the parish council and others. There are also supporters who, albeit are in the minority, have a strong local connection to Wedmore and come from a younger cohort with a key worker background. They have voiced their opinion on the planning portal and on social media, and their support is worthy of the utmost consideration. Their comments demonstrate a lack of suitable homes in Wedmore, resulting in the displacement from the local community of our key workers and young families. Affordable housing in this parish is woefully lacking. We call upon members to support this application and address the stark reality of the real housing need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all speakers. There are a number of issues raised there. The ones I've noted were impact on the conservation area, road safety audit, housing needs assessment, neighbourhood plan, and biodiversity net gain. Would you like to respond to?
Yeah, I'll pass over to John Bellingham for the highway related issues. So just giving him forewarning. In terms of the quote from the conservation officer, that related to the first layout of the first scheme that I showed members during the PowerPoint presentation. So there are quite a few slides, so apologies if you're going to get a little bit bamboozled. But the first scheme, as you can see from this one, you had quite a big gable property right on the corner, right next to the listed buildings, right next to the conservation area. Yes, you then had an area of open space, the front plots 1 and 2, but then you had development hugging the front of the far end of the site. So that initial comment was from the conservation officer on the first scheme that was significantly different from what we've got now. This was the second scheme that was still refused by members, but in terms of the impact of plots 1 to 3, the conservation officer was not raising an objection by the time we got it to committee. And obviously the objection that members then had in terms of the sort of visual dominance due to the elevated position of plots 25 to 30 has then been sought to be amended through this scheme, through the placing of 3 semis. So hopefully that addresses that. But in terms of conflict with WED3, I did cover that in detail as part of the presentation. So the concern is the site was promoted as a designated allocation as part of the Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan. Obviously it was rejected for material reasons, all valid material reasons. And this application has considered those and sought to address those through the detail of the submission before members. So if members are satisfied that those issues have been addressed through the detail, then there isn't a conflict with WED3. And WED3 does say that applications need to be determined in accordance with policy T2B as well. And this site is promoted outside of the settlement boundary, but as a rural exception site based on a housing needs assessment that's been undertaken. The housing needs assessment, again, is set out in detail in the report and was set out in the presentation. There was a revised housing needs assessment done. None of the existing effectively identified additional people that weren't previously on the register. So they were new people that weren't identified on the register and therefore wouldn't have been eligible for any of the affordable housing on the existing developments that had been consented. As a result, they set out the specification for the property sizes that were needed by those units, and this development does meet the housing needs assessment. Whilst it was undertaken independently, it was done in discussion with the affordable housing manager, who agreed the approach. And then when the results came in, they were independently verified by the housing manager, and he was satisfied with the outcome and with the recommendations and ultimately with the justification. So in terms of principle, we are happy that there is a housing needs assessment that supports a development of this scale. Beyond highways, have I missed? Oh, the B&G. Yeah, so with biodiversity net gain, the speaker was right. You know, the first step is, can you improve the site within the site that you've got? So within this site, they look at what the B&G value credits are for that site undeveloped, what percentage is that, and then uplift it by 30%. Can you include all the details that you need to have that 30% uplift within that red outline? Now, the answer for this site is no. So that you cannot build out this scheme at this density with this landscaping proposal and still result in a 30% biodiversity net gain. There is a requirement for this site anyway, through the Habitats Regulations Assessment, to undertake enabling works to a secondary piece of land, and that land is also being used for the B&G credits. So there's a mixture of B&G credits being secured on this site, but also on the off-site proposal, and that is an acceptable way to meet those needs. And it's a very prescriptive process with Excel spreadsheets and everything in terms of how the credits are calculated and how they're reviewed. They have gone through an audit review with Somerset Ecology, and they have determined it's acceptable, and we are proposing to secure it through the heads of terms. So there is a legal requirement to maintain the biodiversity net gain credits over an elongated period of time. So we feel that that issue has been appropriately addressed and been signed off by the specialists. And in terms of archaeology, there was someone who commented on the impact on archaeology as a result of the development. So the Somerset Heritage Centre were consulted as part of the application. They look at archaeological impacts, and they recommended a condition, which is on the back of the report. So in terms of those supplementary issues, we as officers feel they've been addressed. But I'll just pass you to highways, but just a note for members, highways wasn't a concern last time it was before members in terms of why it was refused, but I'll pass you over to John. Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. Yes, just going back to some of the points that were raised by the speakers. Firstly, in reference to the road safety audit, which was submitted as part of the scheme, just for members' consideration, the road safety audit was part of the package that was audited by our independent road safety team at Somerset Council, and that information was fed into the response that was passed back to the local planning authority. Through that process, we were satisfied that the point of access is acceptable in highway safety terms, and that in certainly notice in terms of the visibility as well, we were satisfied with what's being proposed on the plan. I note the questions in relation to the footway. Obviously, we try through any development that we have to provide betterment and gain to a planning application, and obviously from our point of view, the proposal of a footway along the frontal section of the highway here is considered a betterment in highways terms. In relation to the other points that were raised in relation to the right of way and the access that has come out onto Coombe Batch, Dawn, if you could pass through the drawing that shows the visibility space, that'd be really helpful. Right. Keep going. There you go. Oh, back one. Okay. Yeah, as you can see from the plan that's on the screens in front of you, the visibility displays and the intervisibility displays are provided with the access from the development to the side onto Coombe Batch and down, shows the intervisibility with the main junction as well. So obviously for our point of view as a highway safety concern, pedestrians exiting out on there would have suitable visibility back towards the junction as well as down the private road. So they would have, when they move out into that area, that they'll be able to do it safely. Going to some of the other points that were raised, obviously the issue was raised about increased movements in vehicles. Obviously, Dawn covered that in the extensive report for yourselves, and it's only going to be actually one vehicle every 4 minutes is going to be the increase, which is not significant in highways terms, in terms of capacity issues for us. And as I say, that would have gone through as part of the transport statement, which was provided as part of the application. And by doing that as officers, we will work through their trip rates and go through that process to make sure that we're satisfied that it's not going to have significant or severe impact on the highway network. So I think that's, I believe, most of the comments that have been covered from the questions raised by the speakers.
Thank you, officers. So, I now open it up for members for questions and comments. Councillor Slocum.
Thank you, Chairman. I think all the speakers have spoke eloquently. We all know what a beautiful area this is. Nevertheless, I do feel that the developer has really, the design, I think is incredible design for this area to be kept in, kept in line with what's already there. I think that's excellent. I'm glad to see that it's minimum space standards. Obviously, that's a big thing for me. What I wanted to ask was the plot 23, you said the contemporary design. Is that an option or is it a must? Is that what they want to do? Because I feel that's really sad. I don't like that. Sorry, that's me. I just think in that area with beautiful design they've done and then to go and put something, don't like that. But I'm very pleased about the reduction in height. I think that's really very good. I wanted to ask about plots 20 to 25 to 30. There is no parking for them. Is that correct? Or have I just missed that? I've been searching and I can't find it.
There is parking. I'll come to that next. So, plot 23, this was actually a request put to the developer by the planning authority. Because of the elevated viewpoints, it was considered that a way to minimise the development from the elevated viewpoints would be to have green roofs for that element of the site. Given that the 4 outline plots are self-builds, we don't know at this moment in time what it looks like. And what I didn't present was the first flat roof design that we had, which was really not very appealing. This was the second take on a green roof property. And in terms of proportions, design features and things like that, it is particularly common for more contemporary ones to look something like this. Design is subjective, so not everyone likes it. In terms of material palette, it does pick up on the traditional materials of the surrounding development. And in terms of location on the plot, I'll just try and find the location. So the location of that unit is here. So you won't see that unit unless you're within that cul-de-sac driving up and down. The only other place that you're going to see it is the elevated raised footpath views. And because of the sort of green orchard to the front, we felt that that was an appropriate transition in terms of materials, pulling up the more traditional materials, but presenting it in a contemporary way to provide a transition to the 4 self-builds, which by prescription will be green roofed. But it's very difficult to get a green roof on a standard pitch because of the degree of the pitch and the planting. So it was trying to provide some transition from the more traditional construction to the 4 self-built plots. And parking, it's this area, I'm on mouse in a minute. So it's this area here. So this is parking to the back here for the properties. So they're facing onto the front, but parking's to the back, and then you go through the gardens.
Madam Chairman, if I could just say that I do know it's an opinion. It's only an opinion, and I understand that. I love the green roofs, but I tell them they need to think again about the design. I think that's only my opinion, but I do get the idea. But you know what? You don't want a house to be hidden. If it's a good house and it looks nice and it's encompassing with what's already there, I think house should be visibly be able to be seen. And the fact that it won't need to be, actually, to me, that enforces the issue that it's not very great design, that one. That was the only thing I wanted to say, because I think the other design is really in line with what's in Redmore, and I think that's that's excellent, but I do understand all the other issues, of course.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Bolt, then Councillor Bradford.
Hopefully, it's a very quick one. The conservation officer, is it the same officer that's written both reports? I think you realise why I was asking that. And is that green area, the darker green area, the play area?
Yeah.
Is there any, I know at the original meeting, we had concerns over that being so close to the road. Is that being catered for in any way, shape or form to make sure that people can't just run straight out on the road?
All of the laps, so all of the small play spaces all have small fencing enclosures. So if a small child's in a lap, they won't be able to just sort of peg it straight onto the road. They'll have to negotiate the accesses. The detail of the lap in terms of the boundary, the materials, the equipment, that's all through the 106. So there's a requirement through the 106 to provide it, but the detail of the provision is secured through the 106.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford, and then Councillor Filmer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I suppose the people that had a site visit, we got the advantage over anybody else that didn't actually go on the visit and looking down onto that place. What a lovely area it was. I always remember it because my colleague, Councillor Grimes, thought he was a snowball. He decided to go for a roll. But getting down to the facts, it's a bit confused really because Wedmore agreed the neighbourhood plan, that's that way. They had an assessment for affordable housing, and that was agreed. And but there's an awful lot of objection to this, there really is. And when you leave a site for 3 or 4 years, you're going to build up biodiversity. And I'm very conscious of the person that was talking about the butterflies and the moths and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, as a planning committee, we've got to make a decision here today, and it's not easy. But you've all spoke passionately. Dawn spoke for nearly an hour, laying everything out, and the speakers have come back eloquently speaking against most of these things. You've got to make a decision as a planning committee. Now just had a general election. I'm going to bring that in because we've got to build more houses. That has been the case. And we've got to build them a lot quicker. For a lot of these things that hold these things up apply to this application today, to be honest. That's being honest. That there's no point being about the bush. That's how it is. You know, if some of these things weren't addressed, and a lot of these things.
Councillor Bradford, I'm going to have to come in there to stick to planning issues. I don't think the general election has anything to do with this application.
I
ask all speakers to stick to the planning issues.
I apologise, Madam Chair, and anybody else who, but that's what we're looking at today. Some of these things that are holding things up, and I really want to listen to a few others before I really make my mind up which way it's going to go. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Filmer.
Yes, others of the members have said, I think there are positives and negatives to this. I mean, I must admit, I very much welcome the changes that have been made since it was last before us. And certainly you can see the iterations that have gone through on this site, that first application through to the amendments and then on to what's come to us today. And certainly that has helped. There's a couple of issues I'd just like to get some clarification on in terms of the impact the site has on the street frontage. Very much comes down to the translocation of the hedge, the re-establishment of that, and how that fits in with the street scene. And when we did the site visit, there were some questions that sort of came to mind relating to the positioning of the pavement, how that is accommodated, and the levels between the site where we were stood on the site above the road, and maybe Mr. Belling would want to comment in terms of the gradient of the access, because that all the plans don't seem to show there's much of a gradient, but there seemed to be an awful lot of difference in road height between the road itself and the site. So working out how that site blends in is very much down to some of those issues, and I just wanted to get some further assurance before I make any decision on this as to how those issues are dealt with.
No problem. Obviously, in terms of the initial access drawings, we were given not only the flat 2D, but we also had gradient drawings showing the drop away for the visibility stake to give us the confidence that we can come to you as members and say, yes, the Highway Authority is satisfied with those measures. In terms of the access detail, if members were minded to grant consent today, the access would be party to 278 or part of any 106 agreement. Therefore, the access would be subject to a technical approval process. So that would mean that the Highway Authority will receive a full technical submission of the drawings, gradients, etc., cross sections. So we would be able to understand how the application would work in the 3-dimension. So we would be satisfied that the access could be deliverable and be brought forward accordingly in line with that technical approval process. I think it's very much reminded for members for that the junction itself and the footway would be subject to that agreement should you grant consent, and it would be subject to those technical approvals before anything could be allowed to be built and constructed on the highway.
And I think just in terms of the translocation issue, because it was raised at the last committee, the company who would be looking to do this have successfully managed to do this on another site. And the arboricultural method statement does set out quite detailed measures as to how it would be done, and that it would be under the supervision of an arboriculturalist and only during certain points of the year in terms of to ensure its success. So as officers, we are as comfortable as we can be that they're putting in all the measures they can to ensure successful delivery. In terms of the 3D visuals, because again, it's something that we went back to the agent with following member site visit. It has been confirmed to me that it's all been independently sort of checked and verified, and that, you know, this 3D graphic is as accurate as they can get it, bearing in mind it's a montage of what it should look like, but they have confirmed it's been measured and tracked according to on-site measurements. So it's as close as we can get to it.
Thank you. Can I just check on the transplanting of the hedgerow, that should it fail, there is an agreement that the applicant will make it right, so that the residents won't be left with a hedgerow that's not alive.
I am sure it will be covered in the landscaping condition, but what I can do is review that with slightly more time and make it absolutely categoric.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
I can come back, Madam Chair, if I could, please. I think the reduction in height, 2.5 metres or something, how you just make a faster if you're looking down on the site. And I will say, this biodiversity net gain. If you understand it, I really don't, to be honest. It's another planning confusion. And it takes a lot of understanding, and if people were honest, they probably all agree with me. It takes a lot of understanding, I think it does. Think of that, Madam Chairman.
Thankfully, we have officers who do understand it and have given us a valid report. So I can understand the strength of feeling about this, but I am pleased to see from the last previous applications the changes in layout in the on the site and the reduction in height. And you know, we do have difficult decisions to make sometimes, and the information we're given is valid and up to date. That includes the housing needs assessments. I'm just looking at, are there any other speakers? Councillor Bruce.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, just one question. In terms of the enhancement area at Rug Hill, it says that it will be planted, this is the condition to be secured through 106, planted at the earliest feasible date following permission. That just seems a little bit vague or open in a way. How is that going to be controlled and monitored? Thank you.
Through the legal agreement. So what happens if an application gets resolution to grant a committee, this is the decision-making point. We don't issue that decision until we've got a legal agreement that secures all of the obligations that are set out. So to achieve the biodiversity net gain, there's a requirement to deliver that betterment as soon as possible. So they will have to negotiate with us and our solicitors in terms of triggers for planting, and then triggers for assessment, and then ongoing maintenance and management of those planting. And it's that process that we go through to negotiate after resolution. So we don't do it before committee, but ultimately those triggers get put in by the ecologists or the instructing officers.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. As I've already said, I was on the site visit twice for this, and last time round I spoke at some length, so I'm not going to do that again. The improvements that have come in this time for us are actually good, very good. In fact, some of them, the access to pavements. I could go on and on here, but everybody's already spoken. Houses have to be built up and down the country. That's the way it is, unfortunately, for some people. I know it's some people just don't like it, but some things have to be. We have to make a decision. I watched the presentation, I've read the paperwork, I've listened to all the speakers, public and councillors, and at this moment in time, I'd like to move the recommendation to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we add the condition about ensuring the success of the hedgerow? Are you happy to include that? Thank you. So we have a proposal to grant permission as per the officer's recommendation. Is there a second, please? I will second that proposal. So all those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous. Thank you. So that is carried. We'll now have a 10-minute comfort break and be back at our seats for 4 o'clock, please. And I'll get Councillor Martin. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll resume the meeting. We're on agenda item 6 on page 105, the application for warehouse and premises Notting Hill Way, Weir, Axbridge. Millie, would you like to take us through the application, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the application at the warehouse along Notting Hill Way and Weir for a variety of alterations. So reopening a previous access. So I appreciate the description of creation of a new access, but it's actually reopening an access, and we'll come into that soon. Alterations to the existing access, creation of a parking area, works to an existing canteen building, including cladding installation and a covered decking and external staircase and a flue, and works to the main workshop building, including solar panels and minor alterations. So since the publication of the report, we have received an additional third-party representation. It's not an objection, it's a comment regarding the proximity of the warehouse to the primary school, and just raising concerns about road safety and if like the potential for road safety measures for school children. Okay, so this is the list of the policies in the local plan that are relevant to this scheme. So the application relates to an existing warehouse located approximately 650 metres to the southwest of the village of Weir. The primary school that is referenced in a lot of the third-party representations is to the north, so about here. So it's about, I think, 4-6 miles, so just under half a mile away from the application site. This is the red line plan with just a closer view of the site. And here we have the proposed site plan. So as previously mentioned, this application seeks partial retrospective consent for the works that were detailed in the first slide. So we then move on to photos of the site. So this is taken from Street View. So this is the view of the access that is to be reopened. It's unclear exactly when it was shut. However, a Street View image from 2009 indicates that the access was in use at that point. And then as you travel further south, this is then the view of the main entrance to the warehouse site. And then we sort of move on to images of the actual building. So as you come into the access, this is sort of the first corner of the building you see. And this is the corner of the building that's going to be removed and replaced with 2 shutter doors. And this is a view of the south elevation, so the side, the north elevation, and then you can see the detached building that is to form the canteen to the right of the picture, and then just a better view of this prospective canteen building. This is the rear elevation of the site, so you've got the building and then an access way that runs alongside it. And then more views of the south elevation, the side. And then this is some more shots of the rear. I think that's a repeat of a photo actually. So that's also the south elevation. So these are the plans to do with the canteen building. So that was the green sort of little smaller building you can see on the right of those pictures. So for this building, they want to put cladding onto it. They're also going to be proposing to put in more windows, create a covered decking area at the ground floor to the south, an external staircase to the rear of the building, and also cladding. So this is to facilitate the use of this building as a canteen to serve the workers on site. And then the main building itself, so as you can see, the proposed removal of that corner section, replacing it with 2 shutter doors, and also to the main building, they propose cladding, which you could see in the photos, and also solar panels to the roof. So we then come on to the main considerations. So in terms of the principle of the development, the application site is outside of any development boundary, however, relates to an existing warehouse. Policy D15 of the local plan seeks to enhance existing local employment opportunities, and the development is proposed to enable the business to expand and to remain in the local area. The development proposed is considered to be of a size and scale that is proportionate to the need and the constraints of the site, and the use would continue to fall within the existing consented B2 use. So there is no proposal to change the use of the building. It proposes to remain within B2. Moving on to visual amenity considerations. So the application includes a landscaping scheme that is considered to soften the visual impact of the existing site on the rural character of the surrounding area. Overall, the size and scale of the alterations are considered to be proportionate to the site and do not encroach further into the countryside. Moving on to residential amenity, there are dwellings in the vicinity of the site. The closest of these is located adjacent to the access that is to be reopened. However, considering that the occupation of the warehouse is generally limited to office hours, it's not considered that the reuse of the access would be unacceptable. In considering the other alterations that consent is sought for, these are not considered to be of a degree that would detrimentally impact neighbouring residents either. Environmental health have been consulted and have raised no concerns with the application. We then move on to ecology. So there's been a number of ecology surveys undertaken, and these have been assessed by the county ecologist. Following this, they've recommended appropriate conditions to secure appropriate mitigation and biodiversity enhancement measures. Moving on to surface water management, the LLFA have reviewed the proposal and they are satisfied with the submitted details and have also recommended compliance condition. Moving on to highway safety, the rationale for reopening the access is to allow for inbound light vehicles into the site in a one-way system. The reason being this would sort of prevent the backing up of traffic onto the road because the HGVs would be allowed to access the site using the existing access. So, you know, it's considered to help congestion, I suppose, as you know, the HGVs are manoeuvring in and around the site. When assessing the site's planning history, there's no previous planning condition that secured the stopping up of the access. So whilst it did form part of previous schemes, and we're talking sort of, I think it's in the 80s or 90s, off the top of my head, there was no actual condition securing it, the stopping up. So that indicates that there wasn't a significant concern about the reuse of the access. So County Highways have reviewed the application and raised no objection, and they've recommended appropriate conditions in respect of a road condition survey, the construction management plan, details of the reopened access, compliance with the submitted travel plan, and retention of the proposed parking and turning areas to be kept clear of obstruction. There is also a public right of way that runs along the north and eastern boundaries of the site. Rights of way have also reviewed the application and have raised no objection. And an informative's been provided about keeping the right of way accessible, and also for the developer to contact the rights of way team when it comes to setting the boundaries of the site. Moving on to the historic environment, the site is within the vicinity of an archaeological site. Southwest Heritage have reviewed the proposal and have raised no objection. It is therefore the officer's recommendation that consent is granted with conditions to cover off the points that I have mentioned. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers on this application. The first one is Michael Parrott of Weir Parish Council. You'd like to come forward? Oh, thank you. You have 3 minutes from when you're ready to start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to convey some thoughts from Weir Parish Council, and we might as well go straight in to say we all accept this site has been in existence since the early 1940s, and we have to accept its presence. And whilst we could talk for hours regarding this protracted application, my presence here on behalf of Weir Parish is to seek mitigation for the increased traffic flows which were obviously going to take place. And those mitigations hopefully will come from some sort of highways and or the applicant. Notting Hill is adjacent to the site. It's a narrow, steep banked road, impossible for lorries to pass in many parts, and absolutely no refuge at all for pedestrians, cyclists or horse riders, of which there are many. And impossible in icy conditions, which I can testify for because I've spread salt out of your council W bank many a time, and it's just absolutely lethal there. The school 400 metres down the hill is already highly congested at drop-off and collection times, and parents rightly feel very concerned about large articulated lorries coming down the hill to join in this mix. I mean, it's possibly that people have suggested about times, goods, deliveries. Perhaps it would be an option, but it really is a problem there. Finally, the A38 junction for Notting Hill Way, which is impossible for articulated lorries or even six-wheeler lorries to exit onto the A38 because of the very sharp left-hand bend. And could this junction be widened? But certainly the A38 traffic has to come to a complete standstill for lorries to exit Notting Hill Way. To be brief, we're looking for the hill to be widened at its narrowest points and refuge areas created in other parts of the hill to address these safety issues. The applicant, I believe, does own some land around, and maybe this would help to create those. Now, thank you for listening, and perhaps a representative from Somerset Highways would like to speak to just address some of those issues that we've raised, because we as a parish really feel that the road does need fast improving, especially in the school areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. There'll be a response to the issues that you've raised following our next speaker.
That's fine.
Thank you. Can I call Ben Larkham, please, who's agent for the application? That's 3 minutes from when you're ready to start.
Okay. Dear members, my name is Ben Larkin from Rapley's, and I'm the planning agent for this application, acting on behalf of the applicant Smith Brewer Limited. Smith Brewer are a local and highly reputable business who specialise in commercial interior design. They currently employ circa 180 employees, the majority of whom are based within the immediate area, to the direct benefit of the local economy within their existing premises at the application site and nearby in Highbridge. This planning application does not concern the use of the site itself. The premises have a long-standing extant planning permission for warehousing and industry, and this application does not seek permission to amend the lawful use. Since the purchase of the site in October 21 and its subsequent full operation for circa 18 months from this date thereafter by Smith Brewer, they have already invested considerably in the refurbishment of the site to address significant issues of dilapidation, including the removal of asbestos, leaking roofs and compromised wall structures. They have also modernised both the external and internal appearance of the building, which upon completion will incorporate an employee gym, showers, breakout spaces and high quality ancillary office accommodation. The purpose of this application is to seek permission for additional works that will complete the renovation of the site to provide an exemplar employment offering. This will include the provision of on-site catered canteen, external amenity space and landscaping provision, a second point of access, revised internal site circulation arrangements and dedicated staff parking, inclusive of electric charging points to promote sustainable travel. By supporting your officer's professional recommendation, you will assist Smith Brewer in delivering a professional working environment that is fit for purpose in the 21st century. This will be to the benefit of Smith Brewer and their position as a reliable and considerable local employer, their employees and the local economy as a whole. Your officer's recommendation to approve is the result of extensive constructive dialogue between the local planning authority and the applicant, which included pre-application discussions prior to the submission of this formal application. This engagement has resulted in an application that is subject to no objection from the council's highway, heritage, landscape, ecology and environmental health officers. Furthermore, there are no objections to the application from the Environment Agency or Natural England. To conclude, this application is demonstrably in compliance with the development plan. This is a conclusion that was reached by your planning officer in their assessment of this application, as evidenced by the conclusions to the committee report, where the application is cited to be compliant with all relevant policies within Sedgemoor local plan. Therefore, I respectfully ask you to endorse your planning officer's recommendation and to approve this application subject to the recommended conditions within the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lily or John, can you just clarify this application? It's not about increase. Could you just clarify the sort of the numbers issue that has been raised, as well as the highways, please?
Yes, so if I just go back to the proposed site plan. So the application isn't to change the use of the building, it's to remain in B2 use. The rationale behind reopening the second access is to allow for vehicles, so anything that's not HGV essentially, to come off the highway without potentially being held up by HGVs manoeuvring in and out of the main access. So it will create this essentially one-way system. So there's the parking area. Sorry, I'm moving the cursor on the wrong screen. So the parking area to the north here, that's being created, and also these parking spaces here. So I don't know if you can see the arrows, but it's one way here and one way along here. And then if there were HGVs coming in here and manoeuvring, traffic would be queuing within the site rather than queuing on the highway. Yeah, so I'm just looking back at the notes. I don't know if John had anything to add. Yeah.
Yes, looking at this, members will have to forgive me because I wasn't expected to speak on this application, but obviously some comments have been raised, so I'll need to address them. Address all the points in relation to highway safety matters, that they're trying to move any congestion into their site rather than being actually on the adopted highway. The other point was obviously made in relation to making amendments, betterments to the existing highways infrastructure. I think members need to be very clear that anything that's asked for has to be reasonable and in line with what the application is for. As you've seen represented in front of you, it's very clear what the application relates to, which is creation of new accesses. The business itself is not changing. It's not an addition of movement. It's not anything like that. They're just creating a formalisation of a new access arrangement to allow their system and their site to work better within the existing highways environment. So from my point of view, it's unlikely as a highway authority we can say to you that you can add those in as any sort of extra part of any recommendation for approval, because it has to be reasonable. And I believe that what has been put forward and what my officers from the highway authority has put forward in terms of the non-recommendation and conditions is perfectly satisfactory for this scheme.
Thank you very much. Councillor Martin first, then Councillor Slocum and Councillor Thorne.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers that we've heard, both public and the officers. That was a very comprehensive review. And this is just outside my patch, actually, up towards Cheddar, excellent part of the world. But I just really wanted to comment on the application as a whole and to say how pleased I am with it. And I'm withholding my judgment either way at the moment, but I must say that this does seem to be a win all round. We're getting a better canteen, we're getting a gym, we're getting less traffic congestion, we're getting no increase in HGV movements. Is that right, Millie? Yeah.
There's nothing in the planning application that says how the business currently operates is due to change.
Yeah.
But we haven't got the details of how the business currently operates. The application that's before members is alterations surrounding it in terms of access arrangements, which would result in a highway safety in terms of segregating out cars and HGVs. To our understanding, there is no increase or change in the nature of the building or therefore the HGV generation. But because that's not what the application's for, we haven't got those figures.
Okay, thank you. So really, that's it. I just wanted to highlight the fact that this seems to be a resoundingly successful application in as much as we seem to get a lot out of it from the staff's benefit. They get a gym, brilliant. And we removed some asbestos. We've had a good a bats and birds survey. So it seems well-rounded. And I congratulate you all for it. I'll wait to see what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Slocum.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the additional works, I'm sure the application is really great inside. What I'm concerned about is the close proximity to the school. I think the access road from the school is obviously clearly 41 people written in. I mean, you know, I'm from different addresses. So I'm a little bit, I need to be convinced, I'm a little bit worried. And I don't consider a light vehicle being an HGV. I just don't think that isn't a light vehicle. And I just need to know the capacity of the additional opening. Obviously, the additional opening is nearer the school than what the original was, the different system, because now you want a one-way. I understand the reasoning for that, of course I do. But obviously, the one-way system is going to be nearer the school, and that's what I'm worried about.
So just looking at the actual highway comment we had back in respect to the planning application. So it does say the supporting miles wide transport statement has been closely examined and the road network and accident data along with existing vehicle speeds on Notting Hill Way itself. And it's clear that proposed visibility displays of 2 access points are commensurate with the speed of the traffic on the adjacent road and as such are considered to be acceptable. In addition to the above, the applicant submitted a travel plan to reduce reliance on the motor car as the principal mode of transport for staff and encourage and promote the use of sustainable modes of transport to and from the site. And this accords with both local and national policies. So based on the information that was provided, you know, they have looked at the existing road layout, they have looked at the accident data, and County Highways were happy, or the Highway Authority was happy with the secondary access.
Madam Chairman, can I just say, they don't know yet. I mean, you know, I suppose nobody knows, but if this is going to be a second entrance, an exit or an entrance, egress or exit, I don't quite know which way, because it's one way. What I'm saying is that the entrance now that's going to be leading out, could we just look at where it goes in and where it comes out then? Maybe that might make more sense, because at the moment, I don't know, why is this now nearer to the school than what it ever was before?
Okay, so the second access is an existing access that's been stopped up. So they're reopening a previously used access. So at the moment, this is the main access and at the moment the only access to the site. This access to the north it's there. You know, if you look at so that is the access to the north. So as you can see, it's still there, but they've shut it. They don't use it at the moment. So what will happen is, like anything under 3.5 tons, so not HGVs, would go inbound with this access, the reopened access, so one way in. And then they would park wherever, you know, and then to get out, they would then come down here. This access at the bottom is to be used for HGV vehicles coming in and all outbound traffic from the site. Looking at where that is in comparison, you know, in the site's context, It's probably better if I show you on the more zoomed in one. So as you can see, there's the access that's to be reopened. And that's the main access at the moment to the site.
Can you just show again? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. What
So
was
that's the access to be reopened up there. And then that's the existing main access.
So it is nearer the school.
So the school is all the way up here. It's about half a mile away.
Yeah, I think clarification on the distance from the site to the school is really helpful. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Philmar, please, then Councillor Bradford.
Thank you. Yeah, this one does come fall in my patch, so I think the issue to some degree is, we're not looking at this as a change of use, but there has been a change of ownership in the not too distant past, so the users that are now using it is different to what was happening in the past, and that's where the concern arises about the increase in volumes of traffic. But unfortunately, this isn't a change of use, so we can't go into all of that. So ultimately, I can understand the concerns of where the parish are coming from, but it's not something that we can address at this point. There are a couple of issues though that I have got that cause me some concern. This is, it says partly retrospective. There has been significant work taking place on this site over a period of time. Some of that has been relating to obviously sorting out, as the agent said, dilapidation. But one of the questions I don't quite understand is there's a condition in here about biodiversity or bioenhancement, and I'd like to know where that starts from, because a lot of work has already taken place on site. Certain things have been cleared that might have added to biodiversity and are no longer there to be counted. So I'd like to know when that benchmark actually happens and what we're working from. Also, in terms of the concerns raised by the parish and the school, that it is a real issue on that area of the school with traffic. And I know we've got a construction management plan, which was actually built in here. I would hope that within that, we would be looking at hours of deliveries for the construction site. I know the site itself, we can't go back into that because it's already established, but at least during construction, I think we need to make sure we're not adding to that problem at Weir School, because it's a nightmare on that sort of S-bend that you can see at the top of the photo. The other thing I just wanted clarification on was footpath. It was sort of touched on and said there's an informative, but and requiring that it doesn't become obstructed. I am aware from attending parish council meetings over a period of time that that footpath has been obstructed during other works that have been happening on the site. So is an informative strong enough, or is there anything else that we can do to make that explicit that that needs to be kept open, because it hasn't been to date so far?
Thank you. Yeah, okay, so in terms of the biodiversity enhancement plan condition, so within 6 weeks they have to provide the plan, and it's quite detailed in the condition what the ecologist is expecting to see. So the ecologist has come to this view of what's required based on the surveys and reports that have been submitted. So that's why they've put quite a prescriptive list in the condition. In terms of the hours of delivery, again, that the CMP needs to be agreed as well. So within 6 weeks of the date of the decision, it's to be submitted. And the condition does specify that it needs to say about vehicular routes to and from the site and delivery hours. And then in terms of the footpath, yes, there has been a lot of correspondence between the rights of way officer, myself and the developer. The rights of way team are aware of the issues that have happened. I think, Dawn, correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, the blocking of rights of way and things like that is a separate matter. You know, if someone does that, then that's for the rights of way team to address. The sort of final site plan that's been submitted, the rights of way team are happy that it shows the right of way in the correct place. So I'm not really too sure what we can do else from a planning perspective. So say normally for a planning perspective, it's an informative because there is a requirement to submit license applications through to public rights of way for amendments, alterations or temporary closures. But because it's covered by different legislation, we wouldn't probably cover it as part of a condition, but we would put an informative on.
Back on that, one thing you mentioned, that obviously the surveys have been done previously, so that should allow what was there to have been the benchmark. Equally, condition 5, which is the highways one, called for a survey of the highways to be carried out. Again, bearing in mind there have been an awful lot of lorries going in and out relating to some of the other works that have been happening. What's the benchmark the highway will be using? Because the state of the roads may not be as good as it would have been had this happened before any of the works happened.
Yes, it's a good point. I mean, in the condition, it does say any damage occurring as a result of this development is to be remedied. So my understanding of the wording of that condition is to encapsulate anything that relates to this consent, even if it's retrospective. That would be fair on. The wording is triggered within 6 weeks of the date of this decision because it's part retrospective. Obviously, we can't backdate survey a road to know what it looked like prior to them starting work. So there's a degree of, there will have to be a degree of understanding between the applicant and the highway authority in terms of what impact, if any, on the highway looks fresh or not. But the date on the condition is within 6 weeks of the date of this decision. We don't normally trigger conditions that quickly, but we have done in this case because works have already started to be undertaken. So any further damage that will be done will be caught by the condition. But if there's any damage showing that appears to be fresh, there'll be a discussion between the applicant and the highway authority in terms of to what extent would it be reasonable in terms of improvement measures. Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you. It's good to hear a successful business and using a lot of local employment as well, which is good. One thing does concern me, the highways. Councillor Filmer touched on it, Decision 5. And the chairman of the local parish council touched on it as well, and he must be concerned as he wouldn't be here. Trouble is the highways man's gone and there's no way we can get him perhaps communicating in one way or another. And I just wonder, has there been any communication between highways and the parish council? Has a highways rep turned up at a parish council meeting and them express their concerns?
I don't know, but I would highly doubt it. In terms of resourcing at the moment for Somerset Authority, it's very difficult to resource just our statutory requirements. Above and beyond statutory, I don't think there's resources to accommodate it, but it's a different service area. But I would say highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely, okay. We've got to bear in mind that lorries are getting bigger, heavier sector roads, a lot of places aren't made for it. I do know what I'm talking about, got quite a lot of it going on in our area, in Old Petherton actually, surrounding area. A lot of deforestation going on and the roads are starting to suffer a bit. It's not for no fault of mine or anybody else's. The weight of lorries have increased tremendous in the last 5 years. And the roads weren't built for something. And I'm going to say tractors and trailers as well. How about that one? Because that's how it is. That's the reality of it. And I'm a bit concerned about the local parish council again. He has a very difficult job being chairman to start with. Not the job everybody wants in these new days. And we have to take note of what he says. And I take note of what our vice chairman said as well.
Okay, so are there any other questions, comments or proposals? Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I was going to comment on the distances to the school above, but it's just a generalised comment again, really towards my colleague here on my right. We may not be able to condition such things as traffic or highway maintenance or whatever, but it occurs to me that the agent for the application is in the room, and I feel fairly confident, bearing in mind that the company is an actively local company hiring local people. I'm sure they wouldn't be, rather they would be receptive to somebody having a word with them, and maybe they could talk to the parish council as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, and this is just general really, but why do applicants start the application before they've got it passed? Why do they do this all over and over again?
The only thing I can say is whether they did or whether they didn't. It's not unfortunately material to our consideration of the case. So we have to consider it as if they hadn't, and then make a judgment just based on the merits of the case. I think the ones that end up at committee do realise that it doesn't work in their favour. But it's not a material consideration for the application, so we just need to stick to the material grounds.
So, if there are no further comments or questions, I am looking for a proposal. Okay. So councillor Martin has proposed, to grant recommendation, to grant as per the officer's recommendation. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ham.
I agree on that, Madam Chairman.
Yeah.
Can we hope the agent talk to the parish council then?
I think that point's been made.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If it's made real strong, and
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to support.
Okay, so we've got a seconder, councillor Ham. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And all those against? One, and that's everybody, isn't it? No, any abstentions? I don't think so. No, so that is carried, thank you. So we'll now go straight on to the next application, agenda item 7, page 121. Planning application for land on the west side, Ball Road, Mark. Please.
Yeah, Gordon's gone usually.
Ready, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a site located in the countryside. It's partly representative for the provision of 2 shrubland and gypsy pitches. So the site is located here. This area photographed here, just to the east of Westbrook's Farm Touring Caravan site, and is between Brent Knoll, which is the northwest, and Mark, which is the southeast. Some works have taken place on site prior to the application being determined. So in terms of what works have been carried out, the hard standing area that you can see on the plan there has been carried out, and 1 mobile home has been positioned at the top of the site here. The proposal includes a second mobile home to the south of the site with 2 pitches for touring caravans for each pitch and a day room indicated by the blue square there. As part of the proposal is also proposed to erect a barn and a stable block here, which will be used by the applicants for both personal use and as part of their business in training horses. So I'll take you through the slides in terms of the details we have. This is one of the day rooms, the elevations of the floor plan. The building itself will be finished in render with interlocking clay tiles to the roof. This is the proposed barn, which will be timber clad with some steel sheeting to the roof. This will be enclosed on 3 sides with an open front to the northeast. This is the proposed stable block, which will be finished in render with slate tiles above. As you can see, it will have 6 bays with a roof overhang to the front there. And these are some photographs of the site as it is now. So these were taken fairly recently. An access has been created across from Ball Road into the site. The site itself has been enclosed by close border fencing. Amendments have been sought through the course of the application to seek some landscape enhancements to the outer boundaries of the site to provide some softening of the boundary fencing. As you can see, so there has been some elements of growth taking place in the intervening months since the amendments have come in. In terms of the impact on the landscape, it's not considered that there will be significant impact based on viewpoints from both the north and south along the road. With the landscape mitigation measures that are proposed on the plan as well, it's considered that the site itself can blend into the landscape quite successfully, and vantage points from longer distances won't be affected. And this is a view again along Bowl Road, which is the main area which the site will be seen. Further along, as you can see, the mobile home to the north site there, and then further out from the site, further to the north, again, it sort of blends into the landscape as well. So in terms of the application, the site itself is in the countryside. There is a residual need for gypsy and traveller pitches in the district. We do not have an overarching plan for that. So at the moment, we're receiving windfall sites in this regard. At the moment, there is still a residual need for pitches, taking into account recent planning permissions for those applications that we have at the present time, which are still yet to be determined. In terms of numbers, 45 were required, and we do have permission for 33. So there's still a residual need for 12. But I think that is not taking into account the recent planning permission that was granted at the last committee in Puriton. So there is still a residual need that this will contribute to, and it's felt that the need for pitches is a material consideration in this regard. In terms of issues that have been raised in the course of this application, the site itself is in flood zone 3, which is at a high risk of flooding. It was considered that based upon past planning permissions and planning appeal decisions, that this would be a material consideration when determining this application. I've just put up some information about that Withy Road appeal decision, which I think was presented to members at the last committee when we had a similar proposal brought to members then. But basically, it was felt that even though the site was in flood zone 3, while there was no residual risk with regards to the defended scenario, it was considered that the need for gypsy pitches and the lack of alternative sites, either provided by the council or elsewhere, was outweighed. So in that instance, it was considered that the need outweighed the flood risk, and therefore planning permission was ultimately granted. In terms of this current application, it's considered the site itself is in a suitable location. It's served by suitable access provisions along the highway network. It has suitable visibility displays and provision for on-site parking and turning. So there's no highway safety issue with regards to the layout and location of the site. The site itself will be supported by ancillary buildings, which are considered to be of appropriate scale, design and size, which will not have a significant impact on the landscape. And with the landscape improvements and ecological improvements that sort by condition, it is felt that there will be enhancements in this regard. I've just taken a few of the most recent planning permissions the council have been granted since that appeal decision in 2015, just to sort of highlight to members that we have received a number over the course, although not meeting the exact need that we have, is contributing to that number dropping, just like this application before you today. So the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions at the end of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liam. We have one speaker on this item, which is the agent John Rooney, who is joining us on Teams, I believe.
I am, yes. Good afternoon, committee. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Lovely. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee today. My client's glad to see that the case officer's report supports this proposal, which will provide a permanent base for his family, including his first granddaughter, who is expected later this month. One pitch is for my client, the other pitch is for his son and his son's family. We're looking to address the comments raised by the 2 parish councils. It should be noted that there were no objections from local residents on this scheme, and there was 1 comment in support of it. It would be well screened from the public view, as the photos are confirmed, and the applicant has agreed to a landscaping scheme which could be secured by condition and would provide around 250 metres of native species hedgerow between the site boundary fencing and post and rail fencing and within the site. This would be a clear ecological benefit. With regards to the flood risk, the application was supported by a robust flood risk assessment, which confirmed that the risk of flooding of the site was low due to the existing flood defences. Potential breaches of the coastal defences were modelled, and the site was shown only to be at risk during an extreme 1 in 1,000 year event. The proposed floor heights of the static homes would be above this level, and the occupants would therefore be safe from flooding for beyond the lifetime of the development. Somerset is far from alone in providing an insufficient number of gypsum traveller pitches. In 2022, the BBC reported that only 18 of 250 registered sites had spaces available nationwide, and that there were 1,700 families on waiting lists. But Somerset Council is recognised as taking a pragmatic and progressive policy approach to the provision of pitches, as has been evidenced by recent decisions. The current policy accords with those policies, and it's a small scale site which would blend into the local landscape through hedgerow planting and would have no impact on nearby villages without being too far away from services or the primary road network. It would also enable my client to keep and trade horses, provide safe access into Vole Road, and be safe from flood risk for the lifetime of the development. For these reasons, I hope that you can support the application today. Thank you.
Mr. Rooney, members, are there anything you wish to pick up? No, I guess not. Members, are there any comments or questions, please? Councillor Slocum.
I'd just like to ask, is this a temporary site or is this a permanent site?
It's a permanent site, yeah.
I mean, can I just, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I'd just like to say that obviously the material consideration is greatly needed for these sites, and we know how difficult it is, but the fact that there's no local people of sort of object, I think this is, and it is good to find some sites like this, so I would like to move the recommendation, please.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Solomon, please.
Yeah, a couple of questions if I can to the officer. It's been mentioned about a landscaping plan that's to be agreed. From the description that the speaker said, it sounded like the landscaping was going in between the external fence and an internal one. The concern that a number of people have raised, obviously, with this application is the fact that the hard boarding fence has gone around the complete site. And I'm not sure there's actually space between that and the reeds to do any planting on the outside. So I'm just looking for some reassurance that the soft landscaping is going to go to the outside of the site so that it is softening into the landscape rather than going inside, which is good for biodiversity, but isn't much good for landscaping.
Yes, so that was our feeling too. So in terms of this is a broad layout of what we can expect from a landscaping scheme. So we do have proposed hedgerow, we have proposed trees. The hedgerow itself will be on the outside of the fencing as this was raised. So what it says here is there will be 1 point high close boarded timber fence and hedgerow planted between the fences. So effectively, all we'll have is we have the close boarded fence, then the landscape, and then it'll be a sort of a post and rail fence on the outside, which will then give us the both biodiversity but also the landscape improvement. And then also we have trees being planted at the front. We don't have any detailed species, but we've sought a landscaping condition to clarify that so that we can formalise what we would expect to see on site.
Thank you very much. So we are confirming that the landscaping on the outside of the close boarded fence, that's fine. The second question I was just going to ask in terms of flood maintenance, obviously there are reeds around here, just making sure there is access to get that done, because it's certainly something that, as has been highlighted, this is a flood zone 3A. I don't have any problem with the application itself, but one doesn't want to make life worse either for the agricultural land around the site or for the residents inside the site. So hopefully you can just reassure us on that. That'd be great.
Yes, so the access to the reeds themselves are available from outside the site. So there'll be no obstruction to those areas that they currently can't get to at the moment, so there should be ample opportunity to maintain those.
Those insurance, I have to second the recommendation that was made.
Okay, that's great, thank you. So we've got the proposer and seconder to grant permission as per the officer's recommendation. All those in favour, please show. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we will move smartly on to agenda item 8, page 137, which is the application for Ashley Avenue, Bridgewater.
Thank you very much. This is a planning application for the change of use from a licensed 6-bed, 6-person house of multiple occupation to a 7-bed, 7-person house of multiple occupation. This is located at 27 Ashley Avenue, which can be seen there, sort of just below the centre of the screen with the purple dot. It comprises of a row of terrace properties within the built-up area of Bridgewater. It is approximately 140 metres from the row of shops in Taunton Road along here, approximately a third of a mile to Morrison's, which is located here, and then approximately half a mile to the built-up town centre. And this really indicates the context of the site with the rows of terrace properties. This property has vehicle access to the rear, as do a number of these along here. And you would gain access via this lane into the rear here, where there are 2 car parking spaces. This ordinance service plan indicates the site with a red line and just a little bit of a larger site plan. Now, currently, the property is a 6-bed licensed HMO, and the proposal seeks to add 1 further bedroom for 1 further person. And this plan really is difficult to see because of the colour, I'm afraid. This is the ground floor plan, which shows the Ashley Avenue along the bottom here. And on the ground floor, there's 2 bedrooms with a communal dining and kitchen area at the rear. And on the first floor, there are 4 bedrooms, with one with an ensuite, which is here, and one with a bathroom, which is here. And then above is the loft to be converted to provide an ensuite bedroom. If I run through some photographs of the site, the property, which is number 27, is the one with the red paint, the red door here. And then looking further up the road, again, we've got the property here, and it happened to be bin day, the second time I went out, so the bins out. You can see it here on the right. It's similar to the other ones in the street, where it's got a small front yard area, which is used to store the bins. And just a closer view of it there. This is the rear lane that is accessed off Ashley Avenue. So that's Ashley Avenue at the end there. And this is the row of garages to the rear of a number of the properties at Ashley Avenue. This being the application site here, where they don't have a garage, but they have a parking space or 2. Now, in terms of the principle of the application, It's currently occupied or used as a 6-bed licensed HMO, which doesn't require planning permission. That is subject of permitted development. And this application seeks to add one further bedroom for one further person, which does require planning obligation, hence this consideration today. So what we're actually looking at is the impact that one person would have over and above what's already allowed under permitted development. Now, the site is located in what we would call a sustainable location, being within the built-up area of Bridgewater. It's accessible, like the services within Bridgewater are accessible to the occupants of the property. As I explained earlier, the distances between this property and the local services and the shops. In terms of the impact on residential amenity, the proposal shows that each room would have a window providing natural light. There would be an open plan communal kitchen dining area at ground floor. The environmental health licensing officer has confirmed that what's proposed meets their licensing requirements. The works to carry out the proposal are limited to conversion of the loft space and dividing one of the rooms. And bearing in mind that the loft space could be converted if it were to be used as a family home or just a single dwelling house, that could be done under permitted development or not development in any case. There's concern from neighbours and the town council with regards to the rubbish. This can be, the storage for the rubbish can be stored at the rear of the property or at the front of the property, as I've described, behind the front wall, and the collection would be carried out along with normal rubbish collection, as would be the case for all of the neighbouring properties. Not considered that the increase to work with one person would result in unacceptable impact on the occupiers of the existing property along there, nor would the occupation of the property have an adverse impact on the existing occupiers. In terms of highway safety and parking, as I said, the site is in a sustainable location, relatively close to services and facilities. There are 2 parking spaces at the rear of the property. Clearly, that's 2 parking spaces for 7 individuals, but it's not considered that the addition of one further person would exacerbate the impact on highway safety, especially to the degree that we could, refuse this application. Therefore, the recommendation is to grant consent. There is a condition attached, condition number 3, which limits the occupation to 7 people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Shanta. There are no speakers on this one, so we'll go straight into members. I'd like to go first because it's on my patch. In terms of safety for this additional room, can you tell us what the sort of fire safety arrangements are, given that it's right at the top of the building? And also, I understand what you're saying about sort of one additional person not resulting in a significant unacceptable impact. But the problem in this road is there are a number of HMOs and there's a cumulative effect. And is there a point where there's like a tipping point where an extra person does become a problem? Because it's just the balance, the balance tips with all the other HMOs that exist as well. And finally, just to be aware that a few months ago, we at this committee, it was passed for an additional building at the rear of that property. So that again is another factor which will make life difficult for the residents. And this is one of the most congested streets, I would say, in the town. It's so densely, it's a real sort of densely urban part of town. So that's it. That does worry. Like this is one more on top of several others, and that's what's a concern to me.
Would you like me to respond to some of those?
Yes, please.
Bear with me if I don't remember all of them. Right, in terms of, the first matter, the licensing officer has confirmed in her response that the landlord has complied with all the HMO regulations and all fire precaution measures are in place. And I'm aware that the landlord has worked with the licensing officer on a number of properties, and she feels confident that in terms of providing the license, everything will be in order. If it were to be a private dwelling, then that would be a different matter. Dawn is just checking what building you're referring to that was granted at the rear of this property. I'm not sure.
Muse. I think it's called Ashley Muse.
Oh, yes.
There's a row of newer houses directly behind, and where there's a parking space at the moment, a further property permission. It must be about maybe 6 months ago.
Okay, well, in terms of the parking, if we have a look at the plan, the access presently for the parking for this property would be off Ashley Avenue along here, and then would run along the side and gain access here. Now, currently, this access lies to the front of the relatively new row of properties. I think they're called Ashley Muse. Yeah, that's so. There's not considered that this application would increase the parking requirement over and above what's there significantly, and the access to those spaces would remain. That wouldn't be able to be removed. Sorry, I'm not sure what other queries you raised.
It was whether there's a tipping point, when there are a number of HMOs in a particular locality. At what point is there it's difficult to accommodate?
Yes, the Chair, I'm happy to make comment on that really, because from past experience elsewhere with HMOs and so the areas with big concentration of HMOs, completely understand the concern that, you know, this is an addition, albeit a small addition, but when does that become too far? With this application, you have to look at the net increase. So it's one person in this property, and that's what a planning inspector would look at if it was refused and went to appeal. There's a familiar case from a few years ago that I've seen on this, and unfortunately the outcome was the appeal was allowed because the inspector looked at the property, looked at the context and what was happening, but decided, well, look, before me is the increase of one person, and made a decision on that basis. So I would say that the proposal here wouldn't be that tipping point. Again, in the same location, I think I've seen that the tipping points have been established where you've got like a combination of the control to do more about this, such as an Article 4 direction, because this is at the moment, this is a small HMO, so it's gone to a 6-person HMO under permitted development. So in areas where they're under pressure, it's where that control's being kind of taken back through an Article 4 direction. So that takes time and resource to put in place, but where justified, that can be an effective tool. And then that in combination with a real clear policy, like a local plan policy or a supplementary planning document that says that a tipping point looks like X percent in a road, or there's this thing called sandwiching effect when you end up with a normal dwelling, surrounded by HMOs. So where that's clearly set out in policy, and the local authority's got the control to actually say no in lots of cases, like small HMOs, that's where that kind of tipping point can be identified. But here there isn't those things. So. But for future reference, that's where I think you'd want to be. But in terms of this application, I think, totally support the officer view here in that it'd be hard to demonstrate on this application.
Councillor Smedley.
I think this area is a concern for accommodation of this nature. I think it's to my one little rat word any harm syndrome. You may say one more person. It's an area which is with lots of different buildings of this nature, and there's serious problems with fly parking in there, overdevelopment in the streets behind you. You mentioned Ashley Terrace, behind there Ashley Mews. These places weren't built for so many people, and they weren't certainly built for so many cars as a result of this. I think I would like to propose that we refuse this. I would suggest we refuse that under D25, which is about the condition of future occupants in the area.
So we have a proposal. Any other speakers? Or Councillor Slocum.
The only problem I think is, and it is a difficult area, there's no doubt about it. I know people that live there and parking's a premium. And perhaps if you could have a condition on that anyone who lives in these HMOs doesn't have a car, but I guess you couldn't do that. But it feels like you wish you could, but I can't see this. If we went to appeal on this, I think it would be ridiculous. I'm sorry to say, I do take the ward members' points of view, absolutely, but I think we have no alternative. So I will move the recommendation as per the officers at this stage, please.
Well, first of all, we've had a recommendation to refuse.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry.
So we take that one first. So I will second that recommendation.
Cheers.
No. Never happened.
So, can I just come in before we go on the vote? Sorry.
Yeah.
So there has been reference to policy 25. The local plan's made it that way under the officers now. I would need to understand specifically what the issue is with policy D25 and where the conflict is with D25. Because if that's the sole policy we're relying on, and it's the sole reason for refusal, I need to understand to be able to draft a reason for refusal. So the case that you've been presented by officers is that it's a net increase of one person in the property. There's adequate bin and bike storage, and some parking in the vicinity. We've got no objections from the statutory consultee, the environmental health, or the licensing team. So in terms of the conflict with D25, what concern is being raised by members, and how is it presenting itself on the application? I'm sorry to be difficult, but if we're defending it at appeal, we need to be clear about what the material impact is as a result of the conflict and where the harm is.
Yeah, sorry, can I just come in? It's Paula from Legal, if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Is that all right? Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I before Dawn spoke then, I had raised my hand, but nobody saw. I was just going to say that you need good reasons for refusal, which Dawn's asking for now anyway. And that you need to make them precise and to avoid that. Sorry, it's terrible doing this online because I can hear myself talking. You need to be sure that you have those clear, precise reasons to avoid any cost challenge against you.
Thank you for that advice. In terms of the D25 rationale, from my point of view, after listening to the debate and being a ward member and aware of the difficulties that exist in that road, it's about the impact of overcrowding. I mean, traffic generation is a concern, but I'm not sure it's covered by that policy.
Yes, please.
Well,
yeah, to help you out with D25, so that does deal with loss of residential amenity or unacceptable impact on the residential amenity of occupants in nearby dwellings. But then it does list some bullet points to the extent that the proposal could result in unacceptable impacts relating to, and lists 6 bullet points. So, and what you need then is to be able to hang your argument on one of these. So loss of privacy and overlooking, don't think that's come up really. Overbearing and visual dominance,
the only physical thing is within the roof space. Loss of light, so impact on daylight and sunlighting, again, I think that's there. Noise or disturbance, odours, fumes or vibration, and the living conditions of future occupants. That hasn't come up really, so in my opinion, I don't think D25 is giving you the hook that you're after, really.
Well, councillor Smedley.
You look at the town council's objections, they mention overdevelopment of the HMOs, lack of parking, change of character of the road. All of those things I would have thought were adequate to support that.
Okay, be happy if I summarise the town council comments. So just in terms of they're set out on the top of page 139. So they've got objection on overdevelopment of HMOs. As previously mentioned by Gary, unfortunately, we don't have a policy in the local plan about HMOs. We don't have a supplementary planning document. So we haven't got a policy basis in terms of overdevelopment. If it is a concern of the surrounding area, it is something we could look at through SPDs and whether it's appropriate for us to pause, but we're not in that position yet. So we would have to have a pretty telling argument in terms of how many HMOs are there, where are they, what is the impact by that, to have the evidence base to back that up as a reason, as a material planning reason for refusal. In terms of lack of parking, there is a lack of parking in terms of there's a lot of on-street parking and it looks like it's well used by residents. In this location, we have previously accepted, not necessarily immediately here, but in the surrounding area, zero parking HMO schemes because they're in sustainable locations with close access to car parks. So again, if lack of parking was something that members were concerned about, I would want us to have a more evidence base in terms of supporting that objection, and then changing character of the road. In terms of external appearance, there's nothing changing in the development and it's a net increase of one person. Whilst I appreciate we didn't consent to smaller HMO because it's subject to a licence, the question the planning inspector will ask is, will the one additional person change the character of the surrounding area? And in terms of rubbish and recycling, there is refuse shown in terms of being stored at the front of the site, and there is a plan in place for that. So that's the town council objection. There are a couple of areas that we could look into more, but I would be very nervous encouraging members to vote against that at the moment with the information we've got, because I don't think we'd be able to back it up to be a substantive reason for refusal.
So in terms of the zero traffic condition, that's not possible to put onto this. Is that possible to put onto this application?
The 27 Ashley road does have parking at the back, only for a couple of units,
for two, yeah.
But it's in a sustainable location. So as far as I'm aware, we don't have an objection from highways. And so without an objection from highways, given the sustainable location, I would raise it as a concern that, if members were saying it's unsustainable and there's not enough parking, it's a sustainable location, then we would encourage less parking to try and encourage more people to walk and cycle.
Okay, well, councillor Smedley, then councillor Bruce.
Well, I'm still proposing refusal. It might be sustainable. That was placed in the 1890s, but isn't today.
Councillor Bruce.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask a question, even though the proposal's already been made? Just in terms of the actual living space, the kitchen. At the moment, the kitchen and dining areas for 6 people. I would say probably 6 people in my area like that is probably too many already. Having another person in there, what's the minimum space that they need for kitchen, dining area for people? 2 people in my kitchen are more than enough. Don't know about anybody else.
I actually don't have those figures, but that would be covered by the licensing officer because they would need to make sure that they've got the accommodation that they're happy to license, that they are the factors they look at.
Okay, so we have a proposal and seconded, which still stands, albeit on weak grounds.
I just want absolute certainty that I know what's being voted on. So I know the policy is 25. 25 doesn't say anything about parking or lack of parking. So what is the concern against policy D25 in respect of this scheme? Or is it a culmination of D25 and a highway policy?
Yes. Is the answer to that.
Okay, and the concern with D25 is it amenity standards for future occupiers?
Yeah.
Or is it impact on neighbours because of future occupiers, or both? Okay.
Just ask so could I get further advice from our lawyer, please?
How can I help you? Do you wanted? I mean, the reasons for refusal should really be backed by evidence, like Dawn has already mentioned, and you know, they have to be precise, full, backed by evidence. We have to stand up at appeal and be able to defend them. So you know, you need to have clear reasons why you're making any refusal against the officer's recommendation.
Okay, well, those reasons are on traffic generation and D25 in terms of the future impact for residents. Yeah.
I think because I'll be the one trying to draft the reason and potentially defend at appeal, if I were to draft a reason for refusal for any development, I would describe by virtue of whatever the issue is, causes whatever issue it causes. And I think what we've got here is the 6th list of criteria within D25, but we need to explain because of this, that causes that problem, which is unacceptable. I know it's being a bit pedantic. Councillor Bruce.
Sorry, Dawn, you mentioned about needing more information to back up this. Would it be, what information is needed? Could it be gathered, and would it be potentially to refer this until that information can be gathered and we can back up the decision?
From officer's perspective, a deferral would be a safer bet at this point, because if you were looking to refuse it, at the moment, I don't think we've got any evidence to suggest that we can sustain that appeal. Whether the further information will give you that evidence or not, I would question it, but the deferral would allow us time to investigate the concerns, yeah. But obviously the recommendation to refuse has been voted on and supported, so the vote for that needs to happen first, but there is a real risk if it is voted to refuse in the clarity of the reasons for refusal.
I think Paula, did you wish to say something?
I was just going to say, unless the councillor who proposed second, whether they want to withdraw their proposals at this stage, or you want to take the vote and see where it goes. But again, I was going to say, I think the plan officer said about how she usually drafts a refusal. I am new to this committee, so I don't know how it usually works, but I would be expecting to hear refusal reasons being at least specified before you vote on something, so you have something very clear that you're voting on, rather than just probably D25 and, you know, very sort of rough basis. I would expect a little bit more
Okay,
content in
yeah.
there. And Dawn is right. If yeah, that it would be based on the evidence we have today and what your refusal reason is being made against, rather than collecting that evidence after you've made the refusal reason. So the deferral probably would be better if you are looking that way.
Okay, thank you very much. I take on board that advice, and well, it's Councillor Smedley for you to decide whether to keep your proposal or not. I advise that I think a deferral would be, in order to gain more information about the impact on this street or for this application. So Councillor Smedley, do you wish to?
I wish to object to this.
Okay. Well, I'm going to withdraw my seconding of it. And so we had a proposal. Councillor Filmer.
Really just some clarification. If we do go down the route of deferral, I'm not quite sure what it is with information we're seeking that one resident increase is going to have on the community that is in this particular area. So I just like, if we are going to go for deferral, we need to understand what we're asking our officers to actually get that is going to clarify the situation any more than we have in front of us today.
The only information I can think of that we could work on providing you with that you haven't got is if we could liaise with our licensing colleagues and determine where the other HMOs are in the area. So it would give you an indication as to the population of HMOs, whether they're consented planning permission or licensed. But that will just identify how many there are in the locality, not necessarily change the impacts of them. But that's the additional information we can bring. Beyond that, there's 2 parking spaces to the back. We could also provide some information about proximity to the nearest public car parks if they want parking permits and things like that. But that's the nature and type of information we'd be able to give you to make a more informed choice, but it's fairly limited, unfortunately.
Thank you. I'm not sure who was first. Councillor Slocum.
We're just going to say it is a difficult area. No one, but you know what? I know of a family that moved in not long ago, and there were 6 in the family, and they've got 3 cars. So what I'm saying is those houses are substantial. They're beautiful big houses. So in a way, I get it about 7, but in a way you could have a family move in because those houses are big enough. So what are we going to be doing? Stopping a family of 6 or 7 moving in? It would be the same choice. And I get it because the parking is horrendous. I've got HMOs in my area. We've got them in every area, and we've all got them. And parking is always a big issue. But what I'm concerned about is, from this council's point of view, is that if we haven't got a substantial reason, and I don't think deferring it actually will meet that. That's all I'm trying to say. But I do sympathise. I'm not saying I don't. I absolutely do. I've got them in mine, and we've got them. Everyone's got them now. But you'd also be saying then, for anyone who's moving in with 6 or 7 people, well, you can't move in there. It's the same reasoning.
I think it does change the atmosphere or the environment of the street when there are a high concentration of HMOs. So I need to take Councillor Bradford's comments, but I think a deferral will allow us to examine the concentration of HMOs in this particular location. Okay, so sorry, Councillor Martin did ask first, and then you, Councillor Bradford.
Just to say, Madam Chairman, if I was the second councillor at Slocum's proposal of moving the recommendation, and you'd have to take a vote, and I think.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm trying to.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Been on half an hour now, and yeah.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Just going on from what Councillor Filmer said, and then my colleague to the right. Another comment on the deferral option. I agree with the idea of getting an idea on HMOs. I think somebody else just mentioned this a moment ago, and I'm just repeating it. But if we were to get information on the extant HMOs in that locale, it wouldn't help us It would only give us another matter of opinion. It wouldn't help us on this particular application. Going back to one of our fundamental tenets in planning is we look at the application that's in front of us. We don't get to look at the stuff that's around it. So although I appreciate we could look at the surrounding HMOs, and that might be interesting to look at, it doesn't help us with this particular task.
Okay, the refusal has fallen and we have, well, I withdrew. I withdrew it.
Okay.
Based on advice given, sadly. So, we now have a proposer and a seconder to grant the officer's recommendation. So all those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And all those against, please show.
So that's 3.
Okay, thank you. A useful debate. Thank you. And we'll. Councillor Bruce.
Can I just ask, at what point would we get another application which is exactly the same, because then another one will come forward? How do we trigger this change so that we can actually do something about this and look at this before we get to this position another time?
Yeah, to advise on that, it's a bit of a long haul, but ultimately it can be worth it. And it's that combination of ensuring the policy is really clear as to how you would judge a tipping point, rather than doing it on a case-by-case basis, like percentages of HMOs in a locality or the sandwiching effect. But also you would need the control to deal with small HMOs, because everything could become a small HMO up to 6 people without permission, and then the large HMO is then 7, you're not really assessing the start of that intensification. So both of those things take time, but that's where you'd want to be in 18 months' time, say, to have better control over this issue.
Forgive you, it doesn't quite answer, how do we start that? Like, how do we start that process? Who starts it? What triggers it?
I'm happy to raise members' concerns with Nick Tate and Kate Murdoch. So Kate Murdoch is heading up planning policy for Somerset going forward. So if we were looking at supplementary planning documents and things like that, that would be something the policy team would be moving forward with. Article 4's, I would have to find out the process for that, but I know they have introduced that in areas of Bristol, which is basically remove PD rights for HMOs, but it comes into force about a month after the Article 4 gets made. So it kind of gives everyone pre-warning that if you're going to get in with a HMO, you have to get in quick. So you often see an influx of HMOs before you then close the barriers. But I'm happy to raise it through sort of area leads with Nick and Kate and see what we can look into.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that would be helpful for all of us. Councillor Slocum, and then we need to move on.
I just wanted to say, the officer's right. What I've got in my ward is only 6. So I've got loads and loads of them, but there's 6s, because you don't need planning. And that's what they're doing. They're being clever. I've got a number of HMOs in a row. But because there's only 6, they don't need to go for planning. And that's the answer. And that's how they're doing it. I mean, if you calculated everybody's wards here, we've all got loads of them. It's only when they go to 7, that's when it causes the problem.
Yes, I
So,
realise that.
so I mean, that's why I think, I don't want to read rotten councillor, don't care, because I do. I just wanted to make that point, please.
Thank you. Right, okay, thank you. We need to move on now to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 9, page 145, and this is for Rookery Manor. There are 2 applications for Rookery Manor, but we will take them separately.
Sorry.
That's okay, I just wanted, that's fine, no problem. The next two applications are, to do with Rookery Manor, which is at Eddingworth. The first application is to do with the, former wedding venue application, former wedding venue building. So the application site is located, here. So what was once a wedding venue, has now diversified into on-site holiday accommodation to the south here. This aerial photograph's a little bit out of date, but there are a number of holiday cabins that line the site here and concentrated in here and along here. So the first application we have is to do with the main building in the centre of the site here, as outlined in red here. So this building itself was used for a wedding venue, hosted ceremonies, and as well as functions and receptions. Inside it has a lobby area with large open spaces for wedding receptions. Then they have sort of left, you have the ceremony area as well. So vehicular access comes off of the highway here, and you have access that leads back to the south, where the holiday cabins are as well. This area here is a large car parking area, which would have been used at the time of the wedding venue. So in terms of the application we have in front of us today, it is proposed to change the use and convert the existing wedding venue building into a collection of 9 self-contained residential properties. Each of the properties will be identical in terms of layout internally. There'll be minimal alterations to the external appearance of the building. And each of the properties will be served by a rear garden area and on-site parking, which will be utilised through the service drive here. Access to the south to the existing holiday lodges will still be maintained along this side here. So this is the existing building. The building itself is set into the centre of the site in a sort of background location with other buildings to the fore. So in terms of the internal layout, you'll have a living room and kitchen dining area to the south side of the building, which will open out into the garden area in the rear. You'll have 2 bedrooms at the front, with a further bedroom also acting as a safe refuge area within the centre. This was an amendment to the scheme as a result of objections being received by the Environment Agency. But I'll take you through that in a moment. Each of the units, as it indicates on the plan there, will be identical. So this will continue across the entire length of the building here. So there'll be minimal alterations to the building in terms of the external appearance. The building itself will not increase in size or height. Basically, it's a conversion of the existing structure. So this is a section of the the side building. So this is the east elevation and the west elevation. I'll take you through some photographs. We'll put that in a bit more better context. Unfortunately, the street view picture doesn't quite show the building as prominently as you'd like, but as a result, it does mean that the changes that are being proposed in terms of roof lights and alterations to the openings will be hidden from view. So these 2 buildings are still associated with Rookery Manor as a spa, and this is the reception area here. Behind that, I think you just make out the roof of part of the building is the building we're talking about today. So as far as the street scene is concerned, there'll be no impact on the visual appearance of that. So this is a photograph taken from within the site. Again, just to the side, this is pretty much the only section of the building you can see from the highway and the car parking area. The works themselves will be restricted to this section of the building. So this building here is not part of the planning application. It's this building at the back here, which you can see this north elevation. This is a view taken from the west side of the site. So this is an existing parking area, which is used with Rookery Manor Spa, which is located in this part of the building here. This is the west elevation of the building, which will be part of the residential conversion. As you can see, just in the background there, you've got the car parking area, which will be partially given over to the garden spaces for the properties. This is the east elevation. So this is taken from the vehicular access on the east side of the building. Again, as you can see, this is the building here. These are the buildings to the front, which will not change as part of this proposal. It's this part of the building here that we're looking at as part of the conversion. This is a view taken from that car park. So there will be some minor alterations in the sense of taking down this sort of veranda area, which goes along the length of the building. And the parking area will then be used for either parking and garden space. This area here will be retained for the service access into the properties themselves. This is a wider view taken from the vehicular access. So just on the right hand side here, you've got a sort of an ornamental sort of cover over the existing access. So this will be removed to widen the access and provide a pedestrian footway to the front of the site. And this is used as an access to the holiday lodges to the south. Again, there's that sort of bridged area there, which will be removed from the access. And again, this veranda area here will also be removed as part of the works. And these are just some shots of the internal of the building that's to be converted, just to give you an idea of the height and scale of the building from within. But these areas have been used in the past for wedding venues and events, and are no longer utilised. So it's considered that the proposed use in principle is considered to be acceptable within this rural location, and the result of it being a conversion. So I've touched upon the previous slides indicated the setback position of the building. It's not considered there'll be a significant impact visually on any part of the surrounding area. Behind the building, you can see there's quite dense landscaping to the rear, so there won't be any significant impact as a result of the minor changes that are being proposed by this proposal. In terms of highways, we have no objections from the our highways colleagues. It is noted that the previous use of the building had the potential to generate quite a significant amount of trip movements, particularly if the wedding venues were happening at their peak. So it's considered that based upon the change of use, the likely generation of 6 to 8 movements a day on the residential side of things wouldn't result in a significant increase in vehicle movements or significant impact on highway safety. The site itself, the access onto the site is just out of shot here, but there is sufficient visibility across the entire site frontage to cope with the amount of traffic that will be generated along what is a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. In terms of residential amenity, if I go back to the location plan. So there are a number of properties outside of the sort of ownership of the applicant. These won't be affected by the proposal. The single-storey building will remain single-storey. There will be no openings that will be inserted that will overlook existing amenity spaces or into adjoining properties. So privacy will not be affected or overshadowing for that matter. And in terms of the residential use, it's considered this is probably a preferable use in terms of residential amenity compared to what the previous use was in terms of the commercial wedding events venue. In terms of the statutory consultees, we have no objections from those statutory consultees. In terms of the addressing concerns that were raised earlier in part of the application process, the application has been subject to an ecological survey, which has confirmed there'll be no impact on bats or protected species. There are some various conditions recommended by the ecologist in terms of providing some biodiversity enhancements. In terms of the flood risk, this was an ongoing concern due to the impact of the site being located in the flood zones 2 and 3. The Environment Agency saw some amendments which resulted in the safe refuge area being proposed within the building itself, elevating the internal floor level above the flood depths and therefore allowing each of the units to remain safe. So in conclusion, the application itself is recommended for approval. There is a slight amendment to the recommendation. Condition 6 of the report is proposed to be deleted as it is repeated on condition 8. Condition 8 has a little bit more detail than condition 6, and also this refers to an out-of-date flood risk assessment. So in terms of changes to the recommendation, condition 6 is to be removed. The remaining conditions are still relevant and submitted to members for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liam. We have two speakers on this application, and first I'd like to invite Kevin Bray of East Brent Parish Council, please, to come forward. And 3 minutes from when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarity, there are 12 registered residences in Edingworth, 3 of which are working farms, the rest are private residences. In addition, since 2017, there have been 73 park homes built in Rookery Manor site and another 14 planned, which is before you later on, 3 of which were given residential status last year. As of last Thursday at the general election, we now know that 54% of those 70 park homes have permanent residents in it as they are on the electoral roll. No enforcement's been undertaken. Given the massive increase in occupancy within Edingworth since 2017, the local area cannot take another 9 homes. The 2022 housing need assessment that was undertaken for East Brent identified 12 affordable homes were needed within the parish. 16 of those have now been provided by the Old Bristol Road development. 4 obviously over what the prescribed amount was. The hamlet of Edingworth is not related to either a Tier 1 or Tier 4 settlement and is 1.2 miles away from Rooksbridge and 1.1 miles away from East Brent. Therefore, there's no easy access to schools or school transport, and all movement will have to be done by car, as there's no public transport within Edingworth or along the A370. The proposal should only be assessed on policy CO3, as it fails to meet that, and neither does it meet policy CO1. In addition, the proposal does not include any facilities such as local area play equipment, any area for children to play, and there's no communal amenity space within Edingworth. The Edingworth Road is a primary cut through from the A370 to the A38 in Rooksbridge and is an unsafe area for pedestrians. We currently have 3 areas of road verge collapse in Edingworth due to over traffic movement through it, and there are no current plans by Highways to repair it. It's interesting that in 2020, the applicant put forward a scheme to put 42 residences on there, but that was withdrawn after there were so many consultees' objections. Edingworth simply cannot take any more permanent residences within the area. It's a small hamlet community, and I urge you to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. I'd now like to call Rex Woolley, who is the agent for this application, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full planning application for the change of use of hotel function rooms being part of the site formerly known as Rookery Manor Hotel into 9 residential self-contained apartments. This application site is not connected to or associated with the adjoining holiday cabin site to the south. The Rookery Manor Hotel ceased trading in October 2019 following central government's instructions to close public buildings to the general public. The owner found that through no fault of his own, his income ceased almost overnight. The site has been offered for sale since October 2019 and no interest has been shown in the sale of the property. Subsequently, in accordance with the former District Council's planning policy concerning brownfield sites, residential development is now proposed. This is a brownfield site as defined in the NPPF, namely land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure, including the curtilage of the development land and any associated fixed surface infrastructure. The building subject of this planning application exists and the quality of design remains. Minimal alterations to the elevations are required. Foregoing makes this building eminently suitable as a change of use project. Volume, mass and siting of the building will remain as existing. The conversion comprises 9 3-bedroom apartments together with 3 parking spaces and external amenity area to each unit. All statutory consultees are content with the application, and on completion, the proposals will represent a pleasing residential development within the landscape. 3-bedroom residential properties in this area are greatly sought after, and when marketed, sell very readily. Note that a permanent dwelling in the former garage building to the west of the building was approved. In conclusion, this planning application represents the change of use of a building that is no longer being used for its original planned purpose. It meets all the criteria for a change of use proposal for a brownfield site and is acceptable to all statutory consultees. Furthermore, it fulfills the policy of central government in utilising existing and redundant buildings on brownfield sites for residential purposes. I urge members to consider the positive merits of this planning application and grant approval for this change of use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woody. Liam, would you like to respond to points made by Parish Council? I don't know if you're able to respond to the point made about temporary accommodation being used for permanent residences.
I mean, there has been ongoing investigations from our enforcement team regarding that. And obviously it may be something that comes up later on after this application. It's a difficult one to say without having all the facts in front of us in terms of how many are actually being, or allegedly being lived in contrary to the conditions that we've set in terms of the planning permissions that have been granted in the past. My understanding is that the planning history of the site, we as an authority have, or as a former searchable authority as well, have granted 57 cabins on the site, all of which would have been granted with the condition that they be only occupied for holiday and tourism purposes. So any subsequent breach of those conditions would obviously need to be investigated through our enforcement team. Like I said, I don't have all the facts in front of me in terms of how many are actually, or if they're, you know, what the status of that is at the moment in terms of an ongoing investigation. But yes, I mean, the points raised in terms of the location of the site and the previous applications that we've had withdrawn are taken into account. I think some of those points have been addressed in the report as well. But it's felt in this case that the site itself, because of its previous use and the fact that it's an existing building that can be readily converted, that's the reason why we've presented the recommendation to members today.
Thank you, Liam. Members, any comments, questions? Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Ask the officer, do these units, they were holiday units, how do they comply with residential use then for the actual way they're built?
No, I'll just come in quickly. So well and truly plot these questions for the next application, because this application is conversion of a solid built constructed building to 9 units. So the issues with enforcement or the use or anything doesn't relate to this building. This building is reuse of an existing building in a countryside location and conversion to 9 units. So if we can keep the tourism use or not discussion until the next application, I'll revisit it then. But in terms of the merits of this case, we're just looking at conversion as a building to the front, which is a redundant building in a countryside location, and whether it's acceptable or not. But if we're just trying to keep it channeled to the material considerations for this application, we're just looking at the reuse of this building. But I'm fully aware there'll be more questions for the next application. That's all right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to comment on the actual tourism side. I'm just talking about the basic building. What do they intend to do with the basic building to bring it up to a residential standard? Yes, it might be a solid building, but so can be a garage. That's the question I'm asking, which is nothing really to do with the tourism side. Sorry if I gave that impression.
I mean, in terms of what details we have in regards to the planning application, we have this layout in terms of how the space would be split to provide the residential units that we're looking at today. in terms of the actual fabric of the building and how that will comply with building regs, obviously that will be taken as a decision outside of this committee, and also outside of the planning sphere. So what we can look at in terms of the land use, the space within each of the units would exceed space standards, which we're advised on with regards to sort of national advice. So each of the units from a planning perspective would have the required amount of internal floor space. They would have multiple bedrooms with bathroom, kitchen and dining room, living room facilities that have independent residential amenity space externally of those properties. And also they would each have 3 parking spaces, which given the debate on the last application, would enable us to be fairly confident that there will be no increased demand to provide parking within the highway, which would obviously, again, would avoid hopefully any highway safety issues.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Philman.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions if I can. I mean, this site itself has sort of recycled itself on a number of occasions. I mean, those of us who've been around a very long time will remember going out to a site visit when this was a pig farm before it became a wedding venue. And so this building has been through a number of iterations. The comment made by the parish council is absolutely right. I mean, Eddingworth is was a small hamlet, very much agricultural based, hence also the pig farm that was there. The number of properties that we're doing here is significantly adding to the size of Eddingworth in terms of facilities. And the query I have with the report is we make, there's a couple of references. We talk about policy S4. We always try and have sustainable development. This, as the parish said, is not close to a development boundary. It's in the middle of nowhere in terms of planning. The report itself acknowledges that and says it's not well related, and that we're saying that, however, it is within an easy car ride of nearby facilities. So in terms of sustainability, are we now saying our sustainability policy is as long as you're within the quick drive, it's sustainable? Because if we're setting that as the benchmark, I think we just need to know going forward for other sites which will come before us. Equally, there's another one with regard to the flood risk, which says that there was no need to carry out the sequential test, in effect, because this is an existing building and therefore it's in a site-specific location. So again, can we just have it clarified that if we have any further buildings ever that come up for conversion, we're in effect saying they don't need to do the sequential test because they are where they are, because I think that will have, an impact on future ones. It's in terms of reuse of a building, I can understand why we're looking at it in that respect, but this particular site is, as I say, it's far from ideal. But I'd be certainly interested in the comments in terms of how we are making this compliant with our policies.
Yes, I mean, in regards to the flooding, in terms of the sequential tests, it's generally accepted that if the building is being converted from one use to another, and there may be an increase in flood risk in terms of its classification, we would normally go straight to the exceptions test because there's no way we can take the building, move it and put it somewhere else where it would be a lesser flood zone. So that's the reasoning why we've maybe not skipped over it, but we've not given it as much consideration as we would do if it was a new build or something like that. With regards to the location, yes, I mean, I take the point that the site itself is fairly detached from existing settlements that are considered to be within the local plan, more sustainable, those sort of former rural settlements that we had, and obviously continue to try to direct new build residential development to either within or on the outskirts. But again, we're dealing with an existing building which in itself had a use that would have in itself generated a significant amount of traffic movements if it was brought back into use. While those movements may be of a different nature, they may be more cyclical in terms of the time of year, it still had the potential to provide a significant amount of disturbance to the highway network, and all maybe at a concentrated time. So in terms of balancing that out, the planning application we have in front of us for 9 residential units, it is considered that there is a balance to that, and I appreciate if members do maybe feel that's not quite where they feel in terms of sustainability, but from a planning application perspective, we do have application size where they are more rural, conversions of rural buildings. They're not always ideally situated near existing towns and villages. So there will be a degree of travel moving forward. But like I said, balancing out with the previous use that could effectively be reintroduced, we felt that the impact in terms of sustainability wasn't as significant as it may otherwise be if there was no use at all with a new building or something like that, for instance.
I was just going to add something to that in terms of sustainability. It's not just about how far you can drive, because it's an existing building. You've got built-in carbon that's there, that's already had an impact in terms of the environment. So conversion of buildings is considered to be more sustainable than if you flattened it and rebuilt it. But the location is what the location is. But the sustainability comment covers more than just distance from centres, albeit we do focus on that a lot about how accessible facilities are, but it's about the built-in carbon as well. And we use that. I don't know whether it got answered previously about construction and installation standards, but that would be controlled through building regulations if there was a grant of approval.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to go with my colleagues on my left here that know an awful lot about this, a great deal more than I do. Particularly Councillor Filmer, whose experience is showing with this one. I mean, I do have a bit of a problem with the application as a whole, because I can see that the hamlet as it stands is becoming developed. I don't really have an opinion about that, but I'm bearer of very little brain, and I do like to see planning applications go through, because we like to see things move along. But I have struggled with this particular application, and I'm very aware that the author of the documents is in the room, but the plans that I've got in front of me are complicated in as much as they're pencil or pen drawings. And I'd just like to see a bit more detail about what's going on with this. We know the existing building, the wedding venue. We know the buildings that are around it, although they're not concerned with this particular application. And we're turning the wedding venue that now isn't a wedding venue into a residential area, because it seems to have run out of options for the building. But I'd just like to have seen more detail on this application itself. We've come a long way with regard to withdrawings. We can get elevations now. On previous application that I was watching from outside the room, we had rendered 3D elevations to show us what it would look like. If we are going to have this in this hamlet, I don't know whether we are or not. Now, what would it look like? What would be the impact on the residents and the amenity of the residents? I'd just like to see more of that. I'm afraid nowadays, the pencil drawings that we get just don't cut it anymore, and I need all the help I can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Slocum.
Yes, I totally agree. I think if I'd have seen some attractive drawings, to have a look at this, how it's going to look, might have inspired me a bit more. I just slightly feel, I say this respectfully, with the subsequential test, I feel like we've moved the goalpost a little bit to suit. Maybe that's wrong to say that, but that's how it feels a little bit, like they were manoeuvring it because actually this meets the criteria. And I'm just a bit fearful of that, really. But maybe I've got it wrong, and I apologise, Claire.
I was just going to repeat what Liam said earlier. Effectively, it's a conversion of a building. So the building exists where it exists. So you don't do a sequential test because you can't put the building anywhere else because it's already a building. That is a universally accepted approach with the Environment Agency. So we basically miss the sequential test. We go straight to mitigation and whether it's appropriately safe relative to the nature of the use of the building.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's no questions or comments, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much.
I've been quietly listening to this chat. It's quite interesting that I've spent a lot of time over the years, I'm sure we all have, in that building for various venues, dances, weddings, all sorts. And I don't think it's too much to develop it into what they're planning to do. And also, I don't think that that is unique in that there are several small shops, farm shops, very nearby. There's a petrol station with a supermarket very nearby. There's Lipsham very nearby. I mean, it's not as if this is just sort of an island developing in the middle of nowhere where there's no facilities that they can go to. It's very well, I mean, in town it's not very well served, but I mean, Burnham-on-Sea is just down the road. So but apart from that, there are villages where there are shops where they can be served, they can have their weekly shop would be easy to obtain. So I don't think I think if anything, you would defer this because you don't, if anything, I would recommend that you defer it because here you have a chance to have actual residents for it there. Nearby, further up the road and near towards the motorway, you have, is it 70 lodges? Or I can see them as I drive by. It's a holiday area and people are coming and going up and coming down to that particular area. Here we have a chance to help build more that village and add to it with people who are resident, who are going to have to make an effort in that area and make an effort to go and establish links between shops. The little farm shop that you go off the road, I think it's opposite near where John Bowden, a friend of ours, has his farm selling boxes of lamb and so on. But opposite that shop going in, there's a farm shop that sells milk, it sells all sorts of things. So I would just have to say is, in my opinion, the thing that's lacking here, if anything is lacking, is the quality of the drawings. The quality of the drawings lets it down. Personally, I would say we would like to see more from you of what development you have in this area, if you want to stomach that. In which case you could defer that, but you could say, look, we would like to defer your application because we cannot have a real idea. In fact, and our vice chairman in particular cannot. And if you want to come back with something that's much more substantial, we understand there are facilities in the area. So I think they could actually survive and add to the area. So I personally think, yeah, I'd prefer to defer it. Maybe I wouldn't get a seconder for that, but that's what I would think.
Are you making a formal proposal?
I make a proposal that we defer this because it has merit. Here we have a building, and that is a super building. We have a building that can be trimmed, can be really made better. We can have people living there. God knows we need accommodation like that, possibly. It's apartments. So it could be quite something useful, but I think the quality of what they're presenting isn't acceptable yet. So I'd like to see that, and I would propose that we defer this for that very reason.
Do officers need a further reason for deferral, or is that clear in terms of recording the decision and going forward?
My question would be, what is it that you haven't got in front of you to enable you to make a planning judgment? Because we can't defer applications in the absence of a pretty picture. So what you would need is you need elevations and you need floor plans and you need a block plan, and you've got all of those in front of you. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I know it is pencil drawn, but you do have the information of the scheme in front of you, and having a 3D graphic of it would be lovely. And if we had it, we would be presenting it to you, but we don't. But technically they don't need to. It's not a validation requirement. It wouldn't change the scheme or the merits of the scheme. So it's understanding why it's being deferred and what information you would need to get from any additional information.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, perhaps I need some help. Perhaps you'd like to help, because here we have a situation where the mood may be that we will have abandoned this because the vice chairman has suggested that the drawings are not adequate. I was trying to help. So as far as I'm concerned, in that case, if you feel the drawings are adequate, and I feel that the area is adequate, and I feel that it would be of benefit of having apartments, then I would propose that we accept the recommendation and go forward with the proposal.
Okay. So we have now the original proposal withdrawn and a new proposal to accept grant permission as per the officer's recommendation. Is there a seconder for that proposal? I'll second that proposal. So we've got a proposer and a seconder, and that is the amendment is to delete condition 6, isn't it? And that it's covered by condition 8. Okay, so all those in favour, all those in favour, please show. 2, 3, 4. And all those against, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4. Any abstention? 5 and 1 abstention. Sorry, do you want to take the against? Against is 5. And that's 1 abstention. So that was 4 in favour, 5 against, and 1 abstention. So that has fallen. So therefore, we need a new proposal. Yep, Councillor Martin.
Okay, again, excuse me if I get out of line, but I'm going to go back to our old friend policy D25. Well, I'm taking into consideration the hamlet as it stands now. Now, I know the building exists, but I would look at, of the bullet points under policy D25, I would take the 6th bullet point, being the living conditions of future occupants with regard to local amenity, shops, schools, etc. Noise or disturbance, yeah, possibly, but not really. But it would really be the existing, is it D24 that concerns the existing inhabitants? Which policy looks after the existing?
I think from the concerns you're raising, you're more looking at rejection in terms of the principle of the location. So
Yes, overdevelopment of the hamlet as it stands. And I know that the building exists and we can't change that. I fear for the locale that we would take a Somerset hamlet and turn it into something that it's not by putting in buildings because it's currently convenient. Residential buildings because it's currently convenient.
In terms of the use of the building, it has been marketed because obviously the policy requires us to look at tourism uses first and then economic uses and then even split uses, so economic and residential. So it has been on the market as a going concern since shortly after it closed in 2020, but it hasn't been taken up by the market, which is why it's performing as residential.
I mean, I might suggest that it's not been taken up by the market because it's not in a very good place to put stuff. But again, that's not a material consideration, but I worry for the people that live there at the moment. If we could find a policy for that, that'd be great, but that's my objection.
Councillor Filmer.
Then again, this question maybe for Mr. DeBree, in terms of it being an unsustainable location for residential development through S4.
I'm currently looking at the S policies. So I'm currently looking at S1, which is presumption in favour of development. So what are we saying the harm is through the release of the site for residential?
I'm saying that the harm would be releasing it to residential would be overdevelopment of the extant hamlet. There's not the resource in place to sustain more. Whether the building needs to be sold or not for the benefit of the current owner, occupier, etc., whatever, I'm not sure why that should mean that the people that live there at the moment should have to deal with it. It's not, there's not a policy in place for that. But
So it's the scale of increase, because it's 9 units, so it's a scale of increase of 9 units relative to the authorised residential density in the surrounding area. So the proposal being out of keeping with the size and scale of the surrounding residential built form.
yes, does anybody else know that what I'm trying to say? You understand what I'm trying to say? Yes.
I'm hesitant to use S4 because the second bullet point says encouraging reuse of previously developed land and buildings, which just shoots the argument in the foot in terms of it actually.
D2 is promoting high quality and exclusive design. You don't even know what that is, do you? Not there, but.
So are we looking at, so S2 looks at the spatial strategy for Sedgemoor. So that encourages development in built up areas as a principle. But there is also support for the use of appropriate buildings elsewhere. But if you would say it would, I think the strongest reason you would get would be if you were arguing S2 in terms of principle of location for the intensification, but then also insufficient information in terms of the final product and the quality of the submission to enable you to make a different judgment in terms of policy D2.
Yes. Is that okay for?
So we're looking at, can you read out the wording again, please?
So I think the concern that members are raising is the scale of development relative to the scale of residential accommodation in the vicinity being contrary to the intentions of policy S2 of the spatial strategy, and insufficient information in terms of design to enable you to make a different judgment relative to policy D2.
We're going to have to move things along, I think. So as the proposer and seconder content with that wording?
Yeah.
Okay. So all those in favour, please stand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those against, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4. And any abstentions? Okay, so that is carried. And we've now just gone over the 4-hour limit. So, Paul, I'm seeking legal, or Layla seeking legal guidance on if we can continue or not.
Sorry, I haven't got a microphone. I've just spoken to Paula, who is our legal officer. She is, oh, she got mine. She's confirmed that we need to take a vote as to whether or not to continue. We may need to, I need to just let other people know that we're still in the building as well, so.
Well, I would prefer to continue with the committee, so I put forward the proposal to continue past this to these 4 hours. So, do I need a seconder for that? Yes, you did. Right, that's been seconded by councillor Martin. All those in favour that we continue? 2, 3, 4, 5. And any against?
Chair.
Yeah.
Despite my vote for, I do have to leave. I've got some commitments.
Okay.
I'm happy for all of you to carry on, but.
Okay, noted. Right, we will continue because time is marching on. Thank you. Yes.
Could I make a comment? This seems to be happening quite regular. We've got too many applications, especially big ones. I mean, this seems to be a regular thing now. It's getting a bit silly. I mean, I think, why can't we start either earlier or start in the morning so we don't have this problem?
I think it's only the second time we've gone over, but I take your point. There are a lot of applications on this agenda and we will take that back because it is a lot to get through and we want to do them justice.
Absolutely.
And there's debate that's needed, isn't there?
Yeah. So could we, if we don't do that, can we just cut the applications? Because we can't do it all.
No.
Let's get some common sense back in the job.
Yes.
But now there's a change in government, they may decide that actually we can go back to 10 o'clock.
Well,
come on, let's put it in.
Can we keep to the planning issues, please? And we go on.
It is.
Does anyone need a comfort break before we go on, or would you prefer just to plough?
How much longer are they going to go on, Mr.
Well,
Chairman?
we've got 2 more applications and that is up to members how long it goes on. So can we go on to planning application number 10, please, on the agenda? And again, it's Rookery Manor. Liam, could you take us through, please?
This application is for the siting of 14 holiday cabins to the south of Rookery Manor. Yeah. So the application site, again, so we've had the debate about the building here. This land south of the site is currently occupied by a number of cabins. As I said in my previous presentation, I believe the consents that we have granted so far have totaled 57 cabins on this land. This application is seeking consent for another 14. And is on land which was previously brought before members, I believe 2 years ago, which was proposing 18 at the time. So the application that's before you today is a reduced number of 14. So in terms of the details we have on the drawing here, we have the M5 motorway here, and we have 2 lines of cabins on either side of a shared access road, which will lead to a parking area and turning space for the shared use of the cabins. The previous application was refused by members on 2 grounds, one of which was the potential disturbance on future occupants of the holiday accommodation from the M5 motorway. As a result of that, we have got an extension of the existing bunding along that side of the site and a distance provided of 12 metres from the edge of the highway there. Which would enable some form of acoustic screening as well as providing some landscape improvements along there. Although from the highway itself, the motorway, the site itself is fairly invisible given the existing landscaping along the motorway infrastructure. The second reason for refusal was visual impact. So take members through the slides. So these are all details that were previously proposed in terms of the design, heights, materials of the cabins. So there'll be sort of a timber finish to the outside, each with a shallow pitch roof, and they will be sited in that linear form. So this is the view of the existing car park to the rear of the main Rookery Manor building, with the access to the site located along that sort of hedgerow there. And this was the site at the time of the previous application. So while there has been in the past some form of development going down in terms of providing an access into the land, the cabins to the left-hand side of the screen here, these are the sort of the development of the previous consents that have been submitted and approved. So this is a view taking towards the south where you would find the proposed cabins on either side of the access route down towards there. As you can see, the bunding extended at the time and would be enclosing those cabins there. This is the line of existing cabins that are on the south boundary of the existing site. So as I recall, members had concerns over the site expanding further south into the adjoining land. However, this area would be enclosed by proposed landscaping as indicated on the submitted plans to provide some visual screening. This is a view taken from the existing car park, which leads into the area that's just in the distance where you can see that orange crane there. Again, the context of the site within is one of cabins and car parking associated with that. And the proposed cabins themselves will have the same appearance as the existing within the site. These are some more recent photographs taken from Strolllands, which is to the west of the site, just to give an idea of the context with which the proposed cabins would now be seen. So as you can see, the development has been built out and the caravans and the cabins laid up to the boundary of the site there. And this is sort of a viewpoint taken from a little bit of a distance, but you can see the cabins as they are aligned along the south boundary of the site, with the proposal site and the bunding and landscaping located on this right-hand side here. So just give a bit more of an idea of what we're dealing with in terms of location and the visual impact of that. In terms of the previous recommendation, as I said, the application was refused on 2 grounds. Many of the issues that were raised at the time of the application then still remain valid. The site itself is still considered to be the proposal is still considered to be acceptable in principle as it's an extension of the existing site. There is demand for additional accommodation as a result of the business case that's been provided by the applicants, and this is consistent with the previous application. In terms of the previous reasons for refusal, it's now considered that the submission in front of you today has addressed those from an officer's perspective. In terms of the proximity to the M5, the application has been subject to an acoustic assessment, which would recommend that the cabins themselves will be subject to noise insulation and glazing, which would enable the interior of those cabins to be protected from unnecessary noise and sound. Combine that with the funding and the landscaping that would be provided, is considered that there'd be a reduction in the impact on the potential occupants of those tourism units. It's also considered that as a result of reduction of the number of cabins from 18 to 14, there will be more adequate opportunities to provide landscaping enhancements along the boundaries as well as within the site. So in terms of the recommendation, it is recommended for approval. This will be subject to the conditions laid out at the end of the report, which would include the submission of a landscape planting scheme prior to commencement of the development taking place in terms of the cabins being sited. Thank you.
Again, 2 speakers. I'd like to ask Kevin Bray from East. Has he gone? Has he gone? Is Rex Woolley still here? Yes. Would you like to come forward, please? And 3 minutes.
This is a revised planning application for a change of use from agricultural land to site 14 holiday cabins with associated parking and internal access road at Rookery Manor, Edingworth. A previous planning application on this land for 18 cabins was refused. The reasons given were detrimental impact on the character of the landscape and noise from the adjoining M5 motorway. This application site is not connected to or associated with the adjoining former hotel site to the north. The site subject of this application falls inside the same historic field boundaries as the existing holiday accommodation development to the north. This was confirmed verbally at a meeting on Wednesday, the 29th of August in 2013, with the planning officer, the then Member of Parliament of the district, the applicant and myself. Furthermore, the planning officer stated that a planning application for holiday development on this land, South Rookery Manor, would be supported by the planning authority. A note of this meeting and a plan of the site are both contained in the files of the planning authority. The development is similar to that previously permitted holiday cabins. The cabins are well laid out in plan, and the siting and elevations present an attractive development by way of mass, volume and colour. The site relates visually and appropriately to its surroundings and sits easily within the landscape of this attractive area of Somerset countryside. The proposed cabins will not have a negative effect on the countryside or on neighbouring residents because they are not substantially visible in the locality. They form part of a modest extension to an existing holiday development adjacent to the motorway. The scale of the proposal is modest and in keeping with the existing development. Reasonable screening conditions are proposed and previously agreed with the planning officer. The environmental noise assessment clearly supports the development in that loss of amenity through noise can be mitigated through construction methods. Furthermore, a planning application for 16 units adjacent to the motorway and north of this application site was approved. The proposal is compliant with the development plan and in particular to policies CO1, D2 and D17 for the reasons previously set out. And I urge members to approve this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members. Councillor Bradford.
I'm going to be very popular, but I don't really at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I propose that there's a lot of people here, when it's a new planning committee. I can remember going to look at this probably 5 years ago, something like this, and I've been off it since. And there's a lot of new members here, and I'm not sure that you all know exactly where it's to. We would kill 2 birds with 1 stone actually by doing that, and that's what I'm going to propose anyhow.
Sorry, what are you proposing?
Site visit.
Site.
No, it's extraordinary, it's rare, it's unique. Unique today, no, but I do feel that a lot of new members on the planning committee, they go and have a look.
Okay. Are there any other comments or a seconder for a?
Secondly, yes, but a couple of comments and queries if I can. I mean, to some extent, the applications for us, as they say, has been reduced to 14 units as opposed to the 18 before, but it is on the same area that we were looking at before when it was reviewed. The concern that was expressed at that stage was, as you can see from the plan that we all got in front of us on our papers or computers, is that is coming out beyond the squaring off of the existing site that has been developed so far. So it is, the speaker has said it's historically part of the same unit. It may well be historically, but visually and on the ground, you can see that there is intrusion coming further into the countryside than has been done previously. Those of us who did go on the site previously will remember that when this was the first development up by the word Eddingworth, and we all stood on that site at the time and had to shout at each other to make ourselves heard because the noise from the motorway was so loud. And yes, of course, you can soundproof buildings. It doesn't help when you're outside the buildings. But my concern mainly comes down to the same issues that were raised at the last meeting, which is that change of character by coming in further into the countryside, and the issues that were, I can't see the reduction of 4 units. And unfortunately, the landscaping, as far as I can see, we don't have a detailed landscaping plan. We have a condition saying something will be drawn up. But if we're trying to get over that real concern we had last time, I would have expected to see the detail of that now, so we can see whether it does actually address it. I struggle to see how it would. And again, comment quite rightly has been made from the motorway. You don't see it a great deal because there is a lot of cover from Stroland, which is the road coming down the other side on that plan on the past word Edgeworth. It is very much open across there. So I still have the same concern, but I'm happy to wait for the debate as to whether others feel the site visit is required.
Okay, thank you. Any further? Councillor Grant, you were raising a point last. You don't wish to say anything. Okay. Okay, Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I'd like to support Councillor Fulmer, and also to say that it's very, very difficult to just say that we will put in installation in these modern statics, we'll call them. You can call them lodges, you can call them whatever you like, but they're just a static in the same way with a very, very thin wall. And and also by putting double glazing in one window or two windows in a wall, that's not going to stop the proximity to the motorway penetrating through that. So personally, I would, unless they were coming with the proposal that had a huge bund with a very thick fence and some other form, I think it's too near to the motorway. Personally, I would refuse this on that ground.
Thank you. Is that a formal proposal?
That's a formal proposal.
So we've got two proposals on the table, and Councillor Martin wishes to speak.
Yeah, it's me searching for clarification again. And that clarification is on the application, it says here that we are looking at change of use of agricultural land to site and 14 number holiday cabins, etc. And I'm looking at the Rookery Manor website here, and it says, own your own luxury lodge in the heart of Somerset. Now, is this for holiday lets or are these for sale?
Ultimately, the use is, yes, I mean, ultimately the use is residential, but the,
What do you mean that, but are we going to be, if it were to go through and we granted application, would it be for residential or
it would, the application before you today with a recommendation to approve subject to the condition 3, which says that there shall only be used for holiday accommodation only. So yes, residential use, but subject to a restriction that means they can't be occupied as someone's sole or main residence. So, right, holiday.
So, yeah, effectively, someone can buy it as a second home and they can come down every summer or every 3 months or whatever. So in terms of the piecemeal ownership of the site, you know, the first 6 went up, the first 6 were subject to enforcement. Some of those had occupied those and breached that condition. They've been taking action. I think we're down to 2 now on those 6, but enforcement does take longer than to resolve. With some of the later consents, they got taken on by Ho Seasons. So they were block bought by a tourism provider and they're let out in short-term lets. But ultimately, all of the consents on site have that condition on them. So if we are notified of breaches or concerned with breaches, we can look into them because all of the consents have that condition.
Right, thank you. That made that very clear. But we have been in this situation before where 6 were consented, and then enforcement had to be popped in place because the enforcement was the condition was overrun. Yeah, okay, that clears it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, no more comments. We have 2 proposals, and the first one put before us was from Councillor Bradford for a site visit. Do I have a seconder for a site visit? No, so that's withdrawn, thank you. So they've now got a proposal by Councillor Murphy to refuse, and we'll need the grounds for refusal.
I think the main thing that I said was the.
Could you use your microphone, please?
Sorry. Beg your pardon, Madam Chair. As far as I'm concerned, it is almost impossible to protect a static caravan from the effects of proximity to the motorway, and one of the heaviest traffic motorways in the country.
Yes.
I would say also that every one of these statics is, I'm calling them statics. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Every lodge of it is a static in one form or another. They're very thin wall, and so. To actually, you would have to have a very, very solid bund and a very solid fence. And even then, you are going to have difficulty. And this idea of saying that, and I salute them, they are trying their best by saying you'll put double glazed windows in a square in a wall. You are not going to protect the people inside from the effects of noise pollution. And so therefore, with deep regret, I have to recommend that we do not accept this because of the proximity.
Because of the noise pollution.
The noise pollution.
Okay, just double check the
Yeah, I know.
policy. I think it's D20. No, which
I don't know the policy reference, but I just wanted to flag that the impact of the motorway on those homes, it's not going to be a great deal of difference to the ones that are already in situ. So an appeal, the appellant's inspector could well come to the same view that, well, we understand the reason for refusal, but how is that different to the ones that are there at the moment? So just,
Okay, thank
we
you.
just need to tread
Yeah.
carefully with that one, really.
Thank you for that information. Councillor Filmer.
Was happy to second the recommendation for this one, whether we ought to be looking at the two reasons we had previously. And saying in effect, what's been done hasn't sufficiently dealt with that. They've suggested there may be some, for the second reason, they've suggested there is some funding, but we're not convinced that that is adequate to give the protection that that original reason for refusal was trying to deal with. And the first reason, as before, hasn't changed because it's still occupying the same space.
Liam.
Just before you go to a vote, can I just clarify then that the reason in terms of Councillor Murphy on noise insulation and Councillor Filmer on visual impact, the wording for those two reasons for refusal are set out in the background section of the report. So I'm just thinking, are you thinking that we should go down that route again? And that wording is acceptable still at this time, at this point, even despite the changes?
Can I just go one step further and read them out to members and then see if this is what members are concerned about? So it was refused previously on 2 grounds for refusal. So the proposed cabin will be situated to the south of the existing accommodation, which is contained within the existing east and south boundaries that enclose the holiday site. Due to the proposed development projecting beyond the established layout of the existing development and into the adjoining field, the proposed cabins would become visually prominent within the landscape, which is located in a countryside setting. Taking into account the scale of the proposal of the site, the number of cabins proposed, there would be a detrimental impact in terms of landscape character and immediate locality and wider countryside. The cumulative effect when viewed from the existing development would cause visual harm to the area, which would not be adequately mitigated and therefore be contrary to CO1, D2 and D17. The second reason was location of the proposed cabins would not be screened by the existing permitted funding and no further funding is proposed as part of the proposal. Therefore, there would be a detrimental impact on the amenity of the cabins from noise and disturbance generated by the adjacent motorway. As such, proposal would not contribute to an improvement in the quality of the tourism offer and therefore be contrary to clause D2, D17 and D25.
Councillor Filmer.
From my own point of view, happy with the first one. The second one, I think, needs to be amended. Just say the location of the cabins would not be adequately screened by the proposed funding, because there is a suggestion of funding going in. And so you can't say there's no further funding proposed, because my understanding is with this application, there is some proposed funding to go in there, but it isn't specified.
Is that more insufficient information has been provided to demonstrate that there would be adequate funding to protect the immunity of future occupants? Because then, if it is a case of just requiring further information, that could be knocked off through the appeal process.
If they can show sufficient funding, as Councillor Murphy was saying, if they can show that they can create abundant acoustic fence that's going to stop the noise, good luck with proving that. So that if they can prove it, then by all means.
The other thing, if I may say, is that they are very close. If you look at the mapping, they're very close to the motorway. And so they'd have to come up with something. They've not got a lot of space to put bonding and put a fence. And even then, you're talking about being so close to the motorway that it's already a difficult problem they have. So I'm not sure how you would word it. I'm quite prepared to fail here, but I just think it's not an adequate place for all the caravans.
Yeah. I was just a bit concerned that one of the concerns that was raised earlier is the fact that they are the same distance as existing units, and so I think they might fall on that one because
Could we have some clarification on the existing units and their proximity to the motorway?
I think as you can see on this slide, those units are as close to the motorway as the development. The funding was erected beyond those units So the bunding was in place when I think we were determining those ones. So if it's proposed bunding, you know, obviously noise has historically been a concern for the site. But I think the insufficient information reason might serve you better, because actually if they can demonstrate it in detail that actually it'd be okay, then, you know, it would address the concern. So previously they weren't proposing any bunding, now they are proposing bunding, but I think, you know, really members are safest with insufficient information to demonstrate that that bunding would be adequate or fit for purpose.
Councillors Murphy and Filmer happy with that? That sort of covers the bases, doesn't it?
As long as it protects us adequate, as long as it can be covered some protection. Be reasonable. I would like you to turn your mic on.
Yeah.
Yes, it does, yes.
Okay, so, we're ready to go to the vote based on what Dawn has said. Can we just be absolutely clear, Dawn? I'm sorry to ask you to read it out again, but
That's fine. So effectively, there's two reasons for refusal. The first one is exactly the same as the first reason for refusal on the previous consent, so I won't read it fully out, but it's effectively about the encroachment of the site outside of the main boundaries of the site, further into the countryside. The second reason is amended, so the second reason for refusal from this committee is insufficient information to adequately demonstrate that the development would not be adversely affected in terms of noise from the adjoining motorway, and therefore insufficient information has been provided to demonstrate an improvement in quality for the tourism offer.
okay, so all those in favour of refusal on those grounds, please show. That's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. So now we move on to the final application, and we're called, sorry, Jordan, we're very late for you. Can you go with my colleague? Is there? Can we make room for Jordan, please? Is there a spare seat there? Oh, thank you, Liam. Right, Jordan, would you like to take us through the final application, please?
So this is for application 33-24-4, Larches Barn in Mark. So it's for the erection of a single-storey rear extension to the north elevation with the insertion of 2 roof lights. The reason this is a committee with for you today is that my recommendation is contrary to the parish council and has been referred to by the chair and vice chair. So this is the policies that apply to the application. So you've got essential local plan policies of D1, D2, D20, D23. There we go. And D25, as well as the adopted supplementary plan document of the conversion of agricultural and rural buildings. So this is the aerial photo map. The arrow and the point points to the Larches Barn. And this is the Larches, which is the dwelling in front of it. This is the location map, and you can see there's a shared access between Larches Barn and Larches, and the barn is situated to the rear of Larches. This is the proposed block plan. As you can see, the barn will be extended to the north elevation. This will be the single-story extension. This is the existing elevations of the traditional barn that has been converted into a dwelling. And these are the proposed extensions to create a sunroom. Just get my notes up, apologies. So this will extend off the rear of the dwelling by 4.5 meters. The ridge height will be approximately 3.5 meters, and the eaves height will be 2.5 meters. So this is looking at the entrance to the curtilage. So you've got the larches there and the converted dwelling here. This is looking at the principal elevation. So this is to the south. This is looking southward again down that side, a shared access with larches on your left. This arrow is pointing to where the extension will come off. So it will come off this elevation outwards by 4.5 meters here. This area, again, this is where the extension will come off. These two images are looking left and right. So this is left within the curtilage of the dwelling, and this is looking rightwards. And then this is looking northwards, further up behind the curtilage. Yes. So the existing roof is a steep roof similar to a traditional barn conversion. The proposed extension will introduce a shallower pitch, creating a mismatch of roof styles, resulting in a change of character of the dwelling, which would be detrimental. The dwelling has been linear since 1840, at least since 1840, and this extension will create an L-shaped building. Permitted development rights were removed through the conversion of the barn in 2007 when it was converted from a barn to a holiday let, and this was reinforced in 2014 when the holiday let was converted to a residential application. The reason for this was the concerns that the dwelling could not be extended without impacting the character of the building. The conservation officer was consulted on this application, who raised an objection on the basis of the dwelling has been linear since at least 1840, and this was shown on the 1840 tide map. As the dwelling is a non-designated heritage asset, the scale of harm needs to be is seen as being less than substantial and requires a public or heritage benefit to enable a positive decision. As this is a rear extension to the dwelling and within the curtilage of an existing dwelling, no public benefit has been identified and only a private benefit to the occupier of the dwelling has been identified. So this slide shows the adopted guidance, the supplementary conversion of traditional barns. So the 2 points that have been highlighted, I thought it might show up a little bit better, unfortunately. In particular, for this application, our relation of trying to be sympathetic to traditional barn layout and design. In relation to residential amenity, the proposal would not impact neighbouring properties. The closest neighbours are over 20 metres away to the south of the dwelling, and so as such complied with this policy. Highways were consulted on the application and they returned with standing advice for the proposal. And as this is situated within a flood risk zone, a householder mitigation form was submitted. If you were to grant this permission, then the conditions will apply to enforce these elements. And then, so my recommendation is, without notwithstanding the above policies, is to refuse the planning permission because the proposal is not in accordance with the adopted guidance and is harmful to the character of the traditional barn and provides no public benefit.
Okay, thank you, Gordon. Any comments? Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, happy with the recommendation. I think it's absolutely right. I mean, certainly we've always tried when we do barn conversions to keep the character, and this doesn't help. The only query I was going to ask, within the report, it says that the parish council supported it, but it doesn't tell us why, what the reasons were that they actually gave, and whether there was anything that we're not aware of. But certainly, I'm happy with the recommendation that's been made.
Are you looking for the parish council support? Oh.
Bear with me 2 seconds.
Sorry, well, we've got them here. Mark Parish Council recommend permission as the proposals are unlikely to cause any undue harm to any neighbouring properties or to the character of the barn. That was the local council, parish council view.
I'll agree with that, so I'll move the recommendation.
You're moving the recommendation. Do we have a seconder? A seconder from councillor Grimes. All those in favour, please show. And any against and any abstentions? So, shall we just, for those in favour, can you just please show again, please? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7.
I know, what's it called?
I can't. 7, 8.
Yes, I was right. Sorry.
And 1 abstention. So that is carried. Okay, oh, we do have appeals on the agenda, don't we?
Just really quickly, so appeals received, we've got an application for a prior notification that we've refused under delegated powers. That's been received as an appeal. And appeals decided, we had erection of a D-poster slimline digital advert. That was refused planning permission and the appeal has been dismissed. So, bizarre, and that's it.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, members. I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you.